Yo, and we're live. Come one, come all. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. You know what we do, what we don't, what we is, what we isn't, and what we is here today. We're talking One Piece chapter 1063. What a mother chapter it is. I have with me today eggs for Brecky, aka Daniel, and I also have Glitter with me on at the moment, floating around in the background. She'll be coming and going throughout the stream. Say hi, guys.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello. There's a lot in this chapter, but there's not a lot in this chapter, so I'm just going to say let's just dive into the first page of it. But before we go in, what was everyone, like, if you had to rate this chapter on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you put in this chapter? Because I put it at a damn 10.
Yeah.
This,
I think I put it at a 10.
or at least a 9. At least a 9. Okay. Our standards for One Piece have to change a little because we got chapters that, like, literally break the internet.
Oddly enough, I don't know. The weird part is I don't know if written-wise it's a 10. But in terms of what I thought was going to happen, where I thought this was going, is why I'd give it a 10, because it's very easy probably to give One Piece's writing 10s.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this narrative, like, its structure and flow and whatever you want to call it, was a 10. But the sheer fact that if you had to tell me maybe like 3-4 chapters ago, hey, Law's gonna come up against Blackbeard, I would have been like, fuck off. Like, I wouldn't have believed you.
Especially with how, like, you got to think, had Rayleigh not shown up right now, this would also be going on with Boa's fruit included.
Oh, my sweet girl.
So, that's terrifying. But, eggs, I know that you thought last week that this was potentially Caesar's gas. But on the cover page, we have Pudding has been kidnapped. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, we were also saying last week that we're thinking it's probably, even if it's Aokiji, then it's probably Pudding getting kidnapped. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which
yeah.
Also, two things. One, right? Rip Cracker for just getting back on his feet and getting one shot.
Of course, yeah. Well, the other thing as well is it seems like he just got ignored, and when they took Pudding, he like tried to save her and just got frozen basically as they just left. You know, he's like desperately crawling forwards.
No one knows who he is because he's wanted post as the Cracker Biscuit soldier. Yeah. So he probably came out and was like, "Hey, wait!" And they were just like, "I don't know who this guy is." And then they grabbed Pudding, and he's like, "I will deal with it." But he's on the ground reaching out, so it almost looks like she got ripped away from him, or something, and then got frozen.
It's like, that's the thing. It's like he was like slowly getting frozen as he was crawling towards them, trying to like get to them. Like his feet got frozen, he fell into a crawl, and he kept crawling. It seems really sad.
Oh, it's really sad. And for me, the saddest part is the subtlety of Brûlée being in absolute tears and like her thought bubble kind of being of Pudding. Like she doesn't actually realize yet that Cracker's a goner.
Yeah, he's actually dead.
She doesn't seem to realize it. That's my thing. She doesn't even seem to like realize she's crying about Pudding, and she hasn't actually even looked down.
I would also say this isn't like Doflamingo where it was a warning shot. And remember, Cracker's got stronger haki than Doflamingo. Like, canonly confirmed stronger armament haki. So, for anyone that was like, oh, Dofi broke out of getting frozen by Aokiji because he was, using his haki to protect himself and that. It's like, no. Aokiji test-fired a warning shot and Dofi walked off. Here...
Was it confirmed that he broke out because he used haki?
No, that's the thing though. A lot of people were like, oh, he broke out of it because he was using haki or something. Whereas I always was like, reading the context of that area, as a Blackbeard commander as well, he doesn't want to cause smoke with other people's reps unless he's told to. So it was like it's a warning shot that Aokiji, that Dofi took and then left, right? Whereas here, he's like, you go in here for this objective, freezes him. Also, look at Pudding. There, you can see the two arms either side of her, like, on her back, like walking her away. I wonder whether or not this could actually be our Kiji and Lafitte, right? The reason for that is we saw Vasco shot and Katarina Devon with Blackbeard attacking Amazon Lily, right?
Uh-huh.
And then we saw the rest of the crew outside of San Juan Wolf today at the end of the chapter.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the only people that aren't accounted for this chapter are Vasco Shot, Katarina Devon, Alvaro Pizarro, Lafitte, and Aokiji, right? So with Lafitte's ability to fly, he literally could just seemingly have flew them to Cacao Island. Or even Aokiji just, freezing the ground and they just walked and talked. Which is crazy interesting because with this as well, right? Blackbeard's made some damn huge moves, right?
Oh, no, so I was pointing this out to Supernova the other day. If you go back and re-watch/reread, and this has something to do with the theory that I'll talk about later, and if anybody was in the lab reaction, like, went and watched that, they may have heard my comments. But one thing about that whole aspect is that Blackbeard tells Ace before their fight, I have it all planned out, and I'm going to be the king of the pirates. It's not I've got it all planned out to be king of the pirates. It's I've got it all planned out and I'm going to be king of the pirates, which almost indicates that to the T, at that moment he knew what he was going to do. Bar Boa, everything has pretty much gone according to plan for Blackbeard so far. I think that's wild. That's
the thing. Like, if he's been hunting, if he's been reading this book and he's been hunting down, very specific like devil fruit, just his darkness fruit, that amount of time, and he knows that for whatever reason he can get more than one fruit. Maybe it's the darkness fruit that lets him get it, or his body lets him get it. Whatever. He knows that he can get more than one once he gets his darkness fruit.
Yeah.
And he's probably already pre-planned. Okay, this person has this fruit that I want, and they live there. This person has this fruit that I want, and
He's really thought about it.
Plan out all of this. Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. I found that really eerie, and I think the more that I consider Blackbeard's action, because it's very easy to dismiss Blackbeard as this really goofy villain that you haven't seen much of, who, you know what I mean? Like, he's supposed to be the end series villain, but you haven't seen a lot of. It's easy to forget what he's done to date. It's very easy to forget the amount of planning that this man's had.
I actually actively think he is about to be the next major antagonist that we come across. Like, I think we're actually about to just go and engage with him within the next handful of chapters.
It's like this will just be like one or two short arcs, on like islands, and then it'll be the big Blackbeard arc. Like, it might be arc here with Vegapunk, and then possibly another small arc, maybe like a little Elbaf or something like that. But then it's Blackbeard. I think right now they're basically just setting up Blackbeard. Like, they're setting it up. They need to have a little bit of setup.
There is.
On a side note, it's insane that we're standing on the precipice of this fight. Like, that's insane.
Well,
the Luffy versus Blackbeard, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's crazy that it's here.
There's a lot of craziness at the moment with One Piece.
Well, it's not that. I think it's because it's one of those things that you just assume every Friday you're going to hear from One Piece. Like, it's one of those things that you're like, it's just a part of my life. Like, you get up and having breakfast. Actually being at the point now where it's like, this is actually going to end.
Last time
we're here at this fight nearly.
Last time I properly felt this was at the ending of Naruto, and it was really emotional at the time. There was no news of Boruto on the horizon at first, so it was pretty crazy at first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that being said, let's keep going. So we start
as a thing with this with Cracker getting frozen. You're talking about Haki.
Yep.
I didn't really consider the Dofi people thinking that Dofi broke out, because I always just kind of like, assumed he got broken out or something. I didn't think it would be haki, because back then haki wasn't so much of a thing. But I wanted to bring up to you that, like, yeah, later in this chapter, Law says, oh, I figured out that with a lot of haki, you can kind of negate devil fruits.
Do you know what? If you want to go into
My
that,
thought, yeah. Well, my thought here is, to what extent does that count? Like, is that you can negate someone if they put like a status effect on you, or is it like just straight up, your cold doesn't cold me, your hot doesn't hot me?
I think it's specifically.
Just help me.
I think it is specifically.
Oh my god, I just snorted.
I,
Oh.
I think it is very specifically for status effect devil fruits. I think this was explained
Define status effect devil.
where you apply a status to someone else as opposed to doing something.
Okay.
So,
no,
for
I'm on the same
example,
page.
right? Remember Law versus Virgo? How Doflamingo said, Virgo's haki is too strong for you to beat.
Yeah.
I feel like it was started there, and Dofi just underestimated how strong Law was because Law's haki had gotten stronger, and so potentially, right, Virgo has the ability to have done this same technique, but didn't because Law just was stronger than Virgo expected, and beat him. You know what I mean?
There's a reason I asked this though, because I need to lead into this. Then is Blackbeard specifically said when he was grabbing Boa, I can't let you go because you could take out everyone here.
Yes.
Blackbeard basically then, by his own admission, doesn't have the haki required to block Boa's devil fruit.
All I'm saying is, and this is absolutely no attack on you, eggs, but I remember having a conversation with you once, and you were being like, Glitter, I think you overhype Boa too much. And
Now,
I steadily just want to remind people of what has happened.
I will
I've
actually.
always considered Boa like first division level.
I will.
Although she would have been fucked if Big Stepdaddy Rayleigh hadn't come in and been like, "Don't fuck with my daughter," sort of vibe.
Right.
She would have been a bit cooked.
I'm gonna lead this here and say this for the whole haki devil fruit protection thing, right? I think it only affects for status effect devil fruit. So when someone applies a specific effect on someone else, right? And I think there is limitations to it. Okay. So, for example, this would work, say, against Sugar's ability, where she turns someone into a toy, right? And this would work for Law's room ability for swapping you around and your personalities around. But it may not work prior. Oh, so it may. So you know his ability to cut things up in his room. You may not be able to defend against that unless you have the haki active to begin with. So if you don't have, because as we know later, it's a technique, right? It's not that the effect never affected Law. He activates a technique that cancels it out. Yes.
Basically uses his haki to cancel it.
So it only works in certain ways against certain fruits. And so what I'll mean by that is, like, if Law does a room and cuts you and separates you, I don't think you can just flex your haki and your pieces come back together, right? But if you've got that haki active prior, the cut won't sever you.
Yeah. So the way that I describe it, based on what you're saying, is like when he opens the room up, you can actively resist it, and if you've actively resisted the room, then from then on he can't cut you. But when he's doing his awakening, for example, when he puts the room on his sword, you kind of have no chance to resist it, because as soon as the sword touches you, you're already getting cut.
It's not actually affecting you, it's affecting the sword.
Yeah, until it's already cut you.
Yeah. I will say, I'll just let me keep going with this, because I feel like there's some specific things that this will work with, right? So again, this will work against things like Sugar's ability, but as I said, it's a technique. We are now 1063 chapters in, right? Haki has been present a very long time in the story, and for at least the last 400 to 500 chapters, we've known about people using haki actively in the story and seeing it, right? And this has only just come up now. I think this is a very rare form of Haki that not a lot of people know about. And the only reason Law's even using it here now is because he just passively understood against fighting Big Mom and Kaido how they were doing it themselves. Right?
Yeah, so what I'd say it is I don't know if it's necessarily like a type of Haki. I think it's more just like if you kind of like circulate Haki through, kind of like how you do armament, right? You just sort of like release your Haki. If you release a lot in one really strong burst, that like breaks you out from all of the
I
effects.
see.
Essentially, that's kind of because he kind of like basically Super Saiyan,
Yeah.
right? He just went like and then Super Saiyan
I'm.
broke him out of.
I will not disagree with that, but I will say I can see an argument and I can see a conversation to say that it works slightly differently to that, because we never saw Big Mom or Kaido do this specifically. You know what I mean? But they just passively had it active. So I would say what it more so is if you've got a really first things first. I don't think everyone that has Haki can do this, right?
Yeah,
I think you need to have a certain level of strength in your Haki, at least stronger than the person that's trying to use their fruit against you, right?
I could see that.
So that's the first thing there, or at least on like equal or above, I should say, right? I don't think you can be significantly weaker than someone and be like, this doesn't affect me, sort of thing, because that keeps rough power scaling based on people's intentions, right? The second thing is how I'm thinking this may actually work. Since Haki is willpower, it may kind of be unironically like linked to how Haki may interact with your soul, and it may just be essentially like keeping the shape of your soul or the shape of your Haki, if that makes sense. And that's how and that's how it does it. Because I mean, if Akai Inu punches Law, I don't think this works by like you're flexing your Haki and then you don't get melted, right? I think that's still left to armament and advanced Rio. I think this technique is essentially just like a quick save of your body, almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know that episode of Rick and Morty where Morty's got the save button, the Futurama save button?
Vaguely.
A spoiler warning to anyone who's watching Rick and Morty and isn't up to that yet.
It's like that with your soul, sort of thing, right? So, like, whenever someone tries to apply a status to you, you can just be like, if you don't have it active, you can activate it before something worse happens and snap back. Or if you're of the same tier and caliber as the Yonko, which again, this is another prop to the Yonko, right? You just maintain that status effect forever. Like, it's passive, right? But what I will say is, if that's the case, we've already seen that it doesn't work against every type of fruit. For example, Kid's Awakening and Law's Awakening. For example, I would argue Logias and their elements. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, whatever this technique is, and I will wait to see what the community sort of like colloquially dubs it, right? But to me, this is just sort of like it's something that only a few top tiers will have. The real question is whether or not Luffy and Kid are going to have it now, and Zoro.
My kind of take on it generally is that it's like, you're saying it's like that reset button, and so you basically just like I was saying before, like push out a bunch of Haki to kind of like overwhelm the effects of the Devil Fruit, basically. And I agree with you that like if someone that's far stronger than you puts a status on you and you're quite weaker, you won't be able to like produce enough Haki to overwhelm the effects, and so you can't like resist it. I think it's just like a matter of like how much Haki you can kind of push out, and I think a good explanation for that would be basically, the Yonko was so much stronger than Law in terms of Haki that they didn't even really have to try to not be affected by him. Whereas with Law versus is it Doc Q?
Yes.
He actually had to like put in effort to then break it. So because like Big Mom and Kaido are so much stronger, they basically just like don't even have to try, and it's just you just can't affect me because I just am better with Haki. Whereas the other way around is like if I really try, then I can stop you from affecting.
Now, the only thing I'll say that is potentially problematic about this, Yo Sage, good to see in the chat, is I think it's going to be very loose and up to Oda which fruits this actually even applies to at all. For example, as we see later on in this chapter, you've got Van Augur's new warp ability. I could see that bypassing this potentially, and him just being able to like send you wherever.
Since it's like a very like one use fruit, it's just kind of like a no, it'll definitely happen.
And it doesn't hurt people to use it like that, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't necessarily change the person in any capacity. So like
I could see any either way, but yeah, I probably agree.
So like I could see this working on someone like and just trying to go down like the rabbit hole of different fruits and that, like pudding's memory fruit, right? It can put you in a state of mind that you were in years ago. Like it literally reverts your memory essentially.
Really damage you.
Yeah. So I feel like people would be able to break out of something like that. Maybe not though for Montdoor's books, where he puts you in a book. If that makes sense. Right? I know that might be weird, but it's like I could see a lot of pick and choosing happening, and there not being a through line.
It may also be something like different fruits have like different levels of you have to be way stronger than the person. So like a Yonko could break out of his book, but like Luffy, even though Luffy had way better haki than him, couldn't break out of his book, not even close.
Now,
at the time, maybe it's something like that. Like something like Law's fruit. It's like if you have a little bit better haki than him, you can probably negate his fruit. But something like Montdoor's thing, it's like you have to have a pretty significant amount more. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point? Of even having the book fruit?
Which could also explain why Blackbeard may not be able to do it against, say, Boa. Because one, he may not be privy to this technique in the first place. Right? Because he hasn't necessarily fought someone that's needed to use that technique against him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or he is very aware of it. Maybe he's got the ability himself, but Boa is so strong in haki in her own right that it wouldn't matter. Also, but
I guess fundamentally, like what it'll be is just it's very up in the air. It's a very soft power system.
It'll be needed to be used when it needs to be used for the narrative.
Case by case, we'd have to argue it. Like for example, like I would say that probably no one can negate Blackbeard's touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like some people are probably going to believe that you can negate Blackbeard's touch.
I would
it's
see
going to be an issue of contention that people in the community are going to argue over a lot.
I would say it doesn't work on things like Blackbeard's touch because I would argue that your devil fruit isn't part of your original will or soul. Right?
Yeah, right.
So using haki to like break out of the effect of a devil fruit wouldn't work in the sense of breaking out of someone cancelling out your devil fruit. So
I'll tell you what, for as long as we see a Logia not haki up their Logia power, I will give you that. If that happens, if we see Aki Inu haki up his magma, I'm gonna be like,
Even if he hakis up his magma at this point in time, would that not just count as a form of Rio? Imbuing an object.
I mean black clad. I mean like.
Oh no! I know what you mean, but would that not work the same way that Zoro hakis up his sword?
I don't know. It's that's the thing. It's all power system shit. Because you could also argue that like black blades, for example, are like.
Okay.
Like you could.
Let me.
Crazy stuff like it's an extension of your will as a swordsman.
Let me make it. Let me give a good example here to make it a bit clearer in how I think Logias work. Right. I think a Logia obviously can produce and telekinetically control their element. Right. I think it's been very well established that different like users have different skill levels, right? And they attack in different ways. For example, Crocodile pre-time skip would kinetically control sand, but most of the time he would attack from his body, right? Whereas when we see him post-time skip a couple chapters ago, we see him passively standing there while his sand is actively fighting on his behalf around him, right? So that's like going from the first stage to the second stage of a Devil Fruit user. A first stage Devil Fruit user, I would say, is Smoker, who uses smoke to extend his arm to punch someone, right? But if you hit his smoke, because you know how he launches his fist. It's his white snake fist,
Yeah.
right? If you attack his arm, to me, that's no different to if someone cuts Luffy's arm when he's stretching his arm, right?
Right. With Haki, obviously.
Yes, with Haki. Whereas someone like Ace and his fire fist, he's not making his fist the size of that fire. He's producing fire in the shape of a fist and launching it off. So if you cut that, it wouldn't hurt Ace. I think the same thing will apply here in these situations. And I think the same thing can be said to apply for the devil fruits, right? And we've never seen it happen where someone's harkied up a huge amount of another object, so it actually may be like very like it may be a double-edged sword for Logi is using haki. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But I would say if a devil fruit user, I'll use Aokiji as an example here. If Aokiji makes his pheasant beak where he makes his bird, right?
Yeah.
He could imbue that with haki the same way Zoro imbues a sword with haki, right? And launch it maybe the same way that the Kuja shoot arrows, right?
Mm.
But that haki essentially would dwindle, or if it's met with something with equal force, it would essentially dissipate quicker. The same sort of way how like if someone with a haki bullet shoots Zoro, and Zoro slaps it away with his sword, you know what I mean? He's still got to block it, but it doesn't hold. Like, it's not like it's constantly got a flow of haki being added to it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas if Aokiji came and punched you with his arm while he's in ice form, right? That haki is on him, if that makes sense. He can still freeze you on contact, right? And like make it slowly like encroach on you, right? But it's two different things there, and that's how I think it's going to work with Logi's, and I think that's why we haven't seen a flame user use haki yet as well, because in all honesty, I don't think you can harden up the flames, right? Because what we've sort of seen so far in the Water One Piece really is you can imbue an object, and you can harden yourself with haki, right? And you can extend that off yourself with Rio, right? But that sort of floats in the ether as a bubble of haki, if that makes sense, right? Something that's constantly changing state, like fire, you may not be able to add haki to it in that regard. The only way you may be able to add haki to it is keeping it, you know, like a hand-to-hand combat-based person, which Sabo was prior to the fruit, and adding haki to his like hand, and then adding fire on top of his normal striking capacity. Whereas someone like Akainu, who can just blob out a lot, may have the ability to imbue large areas of that lava with hakis of different kinds. You know what I mean? Whether that's normal black cladding or imbuing, or Rio itself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think it's going to be like very different how it works. Because how I kind of see a Logia working, right, is if you become your element and spread yourself out, you're weak. If you produce your element and use it to attack, you're stronger, right? If you produce your element and add haki to it, that's the strongest form of a Logia we're going to see. And I think that
I would say that is like immensely difficult to do.
Yes, and I would actually say only the three admirals are probably going to be the people in that category. If that makes sense. Like, no offense to Smoker, love him to death, right? He can armament haki up his hand and still launch his devil, like make his devil fruit launch his fists, right? But he has to retain his fists that way because Smoke's ever changing. You know what I mean? He doesn't have that skill level. Maybe when he gets, you know, like bigger and stronger later, if he ever does, right? Maybe he'll be able to produce smoke that's like the problem is I don't see him being able to do it because his smoke's not harmful. It's not a physical thing in that regard to harden up.
Could even argue with Smoker that like because every time he punched, it's almost like his glove would come off.
Mm-hmm.
He would like punch with his glove. You could even argue that like he requires the gloves to give the fist shape to make it hard enough when he actually punches somebody with his
yes.
fist. And it's like, you know, if he were to take his glove off and then punch you, it would just be punching with a puff of smoke.
Yeah. Okay. Ebenezer has asked, how do you think Blackbeard would use Haki with his Devil Fruit? I think Blackbeard's biggest Haki that he's going to need to utilize is Observation Haki, because with the Gura Gura no Mi, he can essentially emulate the highest tiers of armament and Conqueror's Haki, and with his Dark Fruit on physical contact, it essentially works like Haki anyway. And now we do know he does have Haki, but I would like to preface it, pre-time skip, the thing that was highlighted for him was his observation Haki, even though he was getting rolled over by people like Magellan. Like, there's a few scenes pre-time skip, him talking about his observation, and I feel like now that we know more about Shanks and how Shanks is the killer of observation Haki, right? It's really impressive that Blackbeard was able to still catch him off guard and scar him.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing because like I honestly feel like whatever secret allows you to whatever lets Hawkeye fight against Shanks evenly, despite Shanks having that ability. I'm thinking maybe Blackbeard has whatever the hell that is, because that's what
I
you were saying. Like Blackbeard can catch Shanks off guard, and when he says like I'm on guard, I feel like that's him basically saying, I have this really good ability that means you cannot take me off guard, and I was still
taken off guard.
and I was on guard, and I was still taken off guard.
Yeah. And I feel like that's not a discussion that's really going around a lot at the moment, because I feel like since like Film Red stuff sort of come out and those sorts of informations have come out, it's just been used to hype up Shanks in the current events, where it's not really been used in a reflection of what's happened in the story up until now. Like, for example, that's the reason why Shanks was able to potentially intercept Akainu without Akainu realizing, because one, Akainu wasn't actively using his Haki to sense someone coming at him as an attack, but also Shanks potentially could have turned it off as well. So it definitely.
I've got to say, like, if you're a high tier fighter and you've been relying on your perception Haki for ages, and then you come against Shanks and he just turns it off, you'd be worried immediately. Doesn't matter how confident you are in your skills. You just be like, oh, I don't want to fight this guy.
I would argue. I just went to scratch my cheek then, and I completely missed and just jabbed myself in the nose. I would argue that it may not be unique to Shanks, and we may see a few people have that same ability coming up in the future. And just like Future Sight becomes more common, Future Sight Killer may become more common. And I feel like what that really will just do is just leverage the playing field as if it didn't exist in the first place in a lot of ways.
I honestly feel like Shanks. I feel like Luffy had that kind of advantage over somebody like Kaido, and it didn't necessarily play out that well because Kaido was just so quick, so powerful. And I think like Luffy doesn't have that many more enemies to fight.
Yep.
I could see him having that ability. But outside of that, I feel like there's no need for anyone else to have that ability because like Luffy's gonna have a high tier fight on his hands against Blackbeard regardless, and Blackbeard and M are really the only people left.
Don't think about it for Luffy.
The thing is that I don't see any other Straw Hat getting it.
Not necessarily getting it, right? But fighting someone that has it.
Yeah, but then that would only be relevant if they got the Future Sight destroying.
Or if they just are able to outskill it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For example, we know Sanji relies on observation Haki, right? It'd be really interesting to see how he goes without his main forte. I feel like Mihawk obviously has it. So if anyone in the story beats Mihawk, I would argue that they are probably going to have it as well.
See, I mean, obviously,
or something, like, and not necessarily has to cancel it out, but they have to have something to parallel it, if that makes sense in terms of observation.
My take on the reason why Hawkeye and Shanks were able to have an even fight is because Hawkeye is like the only person that Shanks can't cancel out, and I've got like that whole theory around how like Hawkeye probably has future sight that goes even further into the future than Shanks, and that's what you need basically. Like Shanks can see further into the future than you, and then in the future cancel your observation. Whereas like if you can see further than him into the future, you're safe. I
Or
think like Hawkeye is the only person, because of his eyes, is the only person that Shanks can't cancel, and that's what puts Hawkeye able to duel Shanks without himself being a Yonko.
that could definitely be the case. Or it could go in the opposite vein, right? Where the only reason Shanks can realistically compete one on one with Mihawk, who is a swordsman, while Shanks is a swordsman, right? Is because Shanks is able to cancel out Mihawk's observation that makes him have that advantage over every other swordsman, potentially. So it can go both ways, you know what I mean? I'm not saying one is more likely than the other. I'm just saying it's like, it could be that Mihawk can't be cancelled out, therefore that's why it's the best fight for Shanks, or it's Shanks is lesser than Mihawk in sword skill, and what equals out for them is Shanks being able to cancel Mihawk's observation, and maybe it is unique to Shanks, in which case Mihawk's only rival is Shanks in swordsmanship because of that.
I guess I see it the other way.
And like I said, it could go either way. At this point in time, until we know more, it's just like it's not set in concrete. You know what I mean?
Because like what we were saying in the Wano arc, how we're seeing that like Kaido has like advanced Rio Conquerors and he can emulate Future Sight. I mean, you think he has Future
I
Sight?
think I think he definitely has future sight, and I think that was one of the.
Not getting into that.
No, like again, rereading that fight, I think if it exists in the world of One Piece, Kaido has it, but the problem is he doesn't use it because like unironically, Kaido's biggest problem, which this really just set me up the wall, is he never used the vast array of abilities he had, because if he did, he would just decimate people too much, and it's actually kind of annoying, right? Because we've said that, like, I know you disagree about him having future sight, but say, just for this conversation, right, say he has it, right? It wasn't until, like, one of the last chapters that he used Shave. It wasn't until one of the last chapters that he used Future Sight, right? Like, if he did any of those things, or all of them in combination, off cuff at the beginning, right? And I know it's a show where it's got to build up tension and that, but like say he was fighting, like, again, he fought Big Mom for a day or 3 days prior to this, right? And neither one of them had a scratch on them before before this, right? It's like, if he just came out cuff using Future Sight, using max speed, using Advanced Conqueror's Haki hits as quickly as he can in his quickest concession, it's like, honestly, that's it there. That's the win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're like most of Luffy's fights recently have been they could just beat him right off the bat.
Yeah. And that, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like, you know how for the longest I was like, look,
Like if we get into the Kaido having Future Sight thing, we're gonna be here all night 'cause we haven't even started the chapter yet.
yeah.
But like basically all I'm getting at is that like if the Yonko do have as good haki as they do, because like you were saying this in Onigashima, right? Like um Kaido has this. Like he basically has all of the haki things that we've seen so far. So does Big Mom, except she hasn't shown Future Sight. She has the advanced Rio Conquerors, all this stuff.
Yep.
Then like you were saying, like then what the hell puts Shanks on the same level as
Yep.
them? Even if he's a little bit weaker, what the hell puts him on their level? And to me, it's like the fact that he can basically just like stop everyone's Future Sight is what puts him on
And
that level of Yonko. And then based on that logic, I would say the only reason that he can then fight Mihawk similarly, that Mihawk can beat him, is that can't stop his Future Sight. Because
or
otherwise, if Mihawk is over Shanks, Shanks is at the same as the other Yonko. Mihawk is then over the other Yonko.
or
Mihawk is the second strongest person in the whole series.
in those situations, I mean, it's possible, but I would say no, right? But in all those situations, right, I think the thing is, right, it levels out in a lot of ways, right? Like, Big Mum compared to Kaido, right? Big Mum hasn't shown Future Sight and hasn't shown Shave levels of speed throughout the story, right? So theoretically, she's slower and can't see as well. And
Well, I would say though, she's never been shown being too slow to block anything, similar to how like Zoro has that
yes,
fighting speed,
Yes.
and then also she has lightning speed attacks in terms of like Zeus slash Hera.
Yes. But, right, I mean, Shave itself is stated to be 10 times the speed of light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
So, yeah, like,
I
look.
think that's just anime shit, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I like, again, we can't apply real world physics to this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like everything is just general. Because then, I mean, technically, you could argue that because Luffy literally caught a lightning bolt. Like, you can't catch a lightning bolt unless you can move faster than lightning.
I mean, he's
But-
caught a lightning bolt, he's moved faster than photons, right? There's a literal cannon, like, a literal cannon speed, like, where they literally say, it's like, observation haki only kicks in, like, precog and that, only kicks in at the speed of light and past it, right? That Gear 2 and Shave is 10 times the speed of light in movement speed and stuff like that. And, like, you know, that's a whole cosmic speed limit sort of thing in its own right? But it's like, just because people have it doesn't mean there aren't ways to counter it and level it out. Like I said in the past, Zoro's not that fast, but he can react to those speeds in his own reach of arm's length, if that makes sense, right? And Big Mum's very the same in that sort of regard, which is funny because, like, she's also, like, one of the better swordsmen out of the Yonko, unironically.
Well, yeah, anyone that really uses a sword.
I mean, Shanks and her.
Yeah.
But, like, to me, it's like, you know, and we've had this conversation in the past, so I won't go too much into it, right? But to me, having advanced Conquerors, advanced Rio, and advanced Observation essentially eliminates the competitive edge of having a fruit, right? Because you can counter all the abilities that would be put on to you by that fruit with those 3 hakis. And if your enemy has those 3 hakis and a fruit, you can still fight equally if literally on a stat sheet they should have technically more than you, right? And so with Big Mom not having Future Sight, but still having Observation haki, Kaido having Future Sight, right? But as far as we know, he doesn't have Observation, like, killing haki, right? We know that Shanks can kill someone's ability to use Observation, but we don't know if there's a way around it. So, like, his big equaler might be that, like, he's the same level in Armament and Conquerors as the other Yonko, right? But because he's got this one specific technique with the Observation haki, it makes up for the fact that, you know, they've got devil fruits, whereas he doesn't, you know what I mean? Right? The same thing could be said for Mihawk. So it's like, on paper, Kaido has everything but this one technique. So Kaido's theoretically the strongest creature, and therefore over Mihawk, over Shanks, over all these people. But when it comes to an actual fight, it's like they will just clash equally and indefinitely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mihawk, though, the whole clairvoyant thing, I'd also like to point out, we do have that scene in Marineford where Luffy sees an image of him getting his hands cut off and has to redirect while fighting Mihawk. Now, that could be Luffy having Observation haki and unlocking it for the first time, and the first time it's ever represented to us, in a way, right? Or, for all we know, Shanks has the ability to cancel people's future sight, and Mihawk might have the ability to put a fake future in someone's mind.
Yeah, or just show them the future in some way.
Yeah, so there's
Future.
stuff up in the air, and it's one of the great things about One Piece and Haki, because it's been left as a really soft power system. There's no hard limitations on what we know it can do and can't do, which has been great.
Like, to be honest, like I think having a manga format is probably the best thing for like such a soft power system,
Yeah.
because you can interpret so many things through the images and like the actual text information, which people look at as like gospel, right? Which is fair because it's like canon. But that stuff is like looked at and interpreted in multiple ways. Whereas, like, if you're writing it like a book, it would just be like full sentences of text describing concepts. Whereas in the manga format, it's like literally someone just saying like 4 words, and then you just create a whole world out of that. So it's pretty cool having like, it makes it seem like very soft, like literally anything could happen. Good. I feel like if you were writing it as like a full text, kind of like a book, it would be you kind of have to explain it a bit more. You can't be too vague. It would seem like you're being too vague. Whereas in this, it kind of works.
I definitely agree. I'm gonna put some photos in the whatchamacallit,
We should definitely get started on this chapter.
Discord. Yeah, we should. I'm just trying to find it now because this is actually gonna lead into part of the conversation. Where did I just save it? Oh, okay, there's one of them. And the other one is, I think, this one. Don't... hang on a second. Sorry. It's hard to tell from where I'm looking whether or not this is the right panel that I'm trying to look at or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that's it. And if I get corrected, I get corrected. Yes, it is. I will say the white Haki that comes off Law representing him defending against a devil fruit, right? We have seen that white Haki make appearances in the manga in the past, and that's caused confusion between it and the black armament Haki clashing and stuff like that, right? Where it's only been used a handful of times, always by another Conqueror's user, right? But if you have a look here, it's against Luffy in Gear 3 against Don Chinjia, and Luffy in Gear 3 against Katakuri, who used the bigger, the bigger attack, right? Yeah. In both instances, I could see an argument that it was Don Chinjia and Katakuri using this to actually try and defend against the rubber aspect of Luffy's Gear 3 punch. So, we know, not that we know, right? But let me jump to this real quickly, and I'll have to go through some comments in a second, right? Let's just jump down to Law using this ability, right? So you see where Law changes, there's the white Haki that's coming out of his back, as opposed to when we see the black Haki. Yeah. And it's described as defending against the effect of a devil fruit, right? Now, I'm not saying this is what was meant at the time, and I'm not saying if this is right or wrong, but I tried to look for any example I could find of the white Haki being used, and these are the two examples I could find, right? And I think it's interesting where Don Chinjiao, who's supposed to be a Haki expert, is going against a devil fruit user, and it's showcased then when the devil fruit user uses his devil fruit to make himself bigger, right? So I could see an argument that it's, him trying to use his devil fruit in that capacity. Sorry. That it's Don Chinjiao trying to, not let Luffy be rubber in that capacity, and Luffy just overpowers him, right?
Yeah.
And in the second instance against Katakuri, if you click on it and look at it bigger, they clash and they're equal there, and it's just Haki, but then Katakuri actually... This could be Luffy unintentionally activating it, right? Because against Katakuri here, and notice how in the big panel you see the white lightning, and then underneath you see the black lightning when it fails, and Katakuri activates the Devil Fruit ability a second time to overpower Luffy.
Yep.
Powering through Luffy. So, arguably, I could see, whether it was planned originally or not, retroactively, that is two other users of this technique specifically, and that it could indicate that someone is defending against a devil fruit based ability or technique in those situations. You know what I mean? And that whether or not it was, whether or not it was planned or not at the time, retroactively Oda could have gone back and gone, oh, I've been inconsistent with the way I've shown Armament Haki or Haki here. Let me make this a separate ability and add a new context to that stuff. Because he kind of does that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? Whereas every other clash we see, it's always the black Haki, isn't it? Yeah. And, again, Armament clashing with Armament reduces the black lightning. Conqueror's Haki produces the black lightning outside of the body, right? The white lightning, again, it may or may not be Conqueror's related, but we've only seen it, I'm pretty sure, with Conqueror's Haki users so far. And it's being shown on the outside of the body as well.
This is a little mini theory. I'm only looking at these two
Images.
specific instances. Like one thing that both of these things have in common
Gear
is
3.
that like what well no is that one punch is dominant over the other.
Yes.
Maybe it's black hockey if it's even, and white hockey if one's just straight up better than the other.
Uh, potentially so. But like I was saying on the bottom image,
Like to just prove that, all you'd have to do is find black hockey clash where one beats the other.
Well,
and then that's just.
actually,
I'm
like
sure there probably is.
if you're looking at that Katakuri image on the bottom, yeah,
Yeah.
it's the white haki, and then under it, when Katakuri starts to win, it goes
yeah.
into the black. And that's what I'm saying. See how it's like it's clearly distinctive
Yeah, that's true.
in how it's being displayed there. So for a long time, people would just say it's an inconsistency, but it's possible that it's being either retconned in a good way or it was always planned. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's a good point.
Otherwise, I don't. Oh, okay. Do you think Oda gave Augur the warp ability for a great matchup with Yasop because we learned Yasop's future sight is the best in the verse? That would be amazing, but I actually think it's for Usopp. I think it'll be an insane battle with Usopp.
My thought with Augur was I think it's kind of weird. How would he use the warp ability? I understand that he can snipe in sense of like he can literally look across. We've seen he can see beyond the horizon. Basically, he can shoot things
Okay.
beyond the horizon. So he could essentially teleport things to places beyond the horizon because he can
Yep.
see them.
Okay.
In terms of like combat, I don't see how it would.
Okay. Let me just give this a breakdown as to why Augur may be top 10 right now. Nah, I'm not going that one. But right, he's a sniper, right? And as we have stated, without using observation haki, he can see over the horizon somehow. Right? Okay. As a shooter, we know he's quick enough to shoot Ace off guard. But he just didn't have haki at the time on those bullets, so it didn't hurt Ace, yes?
Or Ace just didn't care to dodge.
True,
He knows he's not gonna hit him.
Right? So, what happens if Augur lines up a shot, takes the shot, and then warps the bullet right on top of the target? What happens if Augur lines up shots and starts taking shots and is teleporting around, so you're getting shot at from multiple different locations, potentially even surrounded?
Okay.
What happens
Yeah.
when you dodge and he warps you back into the line of fire? What happens
Another one.
when you're...
If he shoots a bullet that's missing and then he warps it in front of you last second.
Yep. What happens if you finally get off an offensive feat and he's about to take damage and he warps your places? So you swap.
Mhm.
As a sniper, this is actually the most broken ability. I mean, look, honestly, this is one of the best devil fruits for a Paramecia class, full stop, I think. Like, this is some of the best aspects of Law's fruit, now given no
Yeah.
constraints.
It's definitely like a really, really good fruit. I was just looking at it and I was kind of like, okay, here's a sniper. I understand being able to like pinpoint certain locations and swap things around really easily, but in terms of like one-on-one, because I could see this being like out of everyone on Blackbeard's crew, he is absolutely definitely the person that should have this
Yep.
in terms of supporting your crew in a massive battle, right?
Yep.
He just sits really far back and just teleports everybody around and controls the whole battlefield the same way that we were talking about how Law was doing on the rooftop.
Yep.
In terms of like a one-on-one against Usopp kind of thing, I'm thinking, how is this going to like play out, him warping stuff?
Okay.
Because I think it's a bit too OP. It keeps the momentum, and he can literally just fire bullets into the air randomly, and then last second teleport them right in front of you, and they just hit you
Yep.
instantly. I'm like, how do you deal
So,
with that?
the best thing, what do you need as a sniper?
To hit?
Range. You need to stay at distance so you don't get hurt, right?
Right.
So anytime anyone closes any form of distance on him, just teleports
There you
away.
go.
Right?
Fair. Oh, that would actually... Okay. Tell you what, that would be interesting if... Not only is he, like, teleporting other people around, but basically he's not actually even fighting himself. He's just teleporting other people around, making it really easy for his team to win because
Yep.
they're never in a bad situation. And then someone tries to run at him, like Zoro or Sanji or something, tries to run at him to stop him from doing that, and then he just teleports away.
Yep.
And then they're like, "Oh, we literally can't deal with this guy." And then Usopp goes, "I'm the only ranged person, I guess, other than Frankie,
Yep.
on the crew. I'll take him on."
And
then
why I think that'll be really impressive for Usopp is, like, look at Usopp's shot at Sugar, right? Usopp doesn't always fight you with, like, physical-based stuff, but think about Usopp versus Augur, where Augur is dominating the field, and Usopp is essentially having to use trick ammo to set traps.
Yeah, he has to like predict where you're gonna teleport
So-
and have a shot that will like bounce to that spot.
So, yeah, so not only do you need to have, like, a way to get around the teleporting, right? You need to be able to fake him out as well. You know what I mean? So, like, if he... Because we know he's got observation haki as well. That's confirmed from the Viva cards, right? So, essentially, right, on a baseline level, while he can see over the horizon, he can also sense what's coming around him, yeah? So, he needs to think that something isn't going to hurt him. That can change last minute and hurt him, like the pop greens. Right? Whereas Yasop, and Yasop being able to use Future Sight, right? Yasop versus Augur is going to be really tough, because even with Future Sight, can you keep up?
Yeah, right.
And even if you can keep up, right? Just because you can see a future, we know that you can change the future as well, right? So, if this man, Yasop, out here fighting Augur, and he's like seeing the future, and he's like, huh, I'll set this up, and then last second, Augur swaps Yasop and him around, breaking that future vision.
Yeah.
It could be an easy defeat on people like Yasop. And I mean, you got to think how this can work in other ways as well, right? We talk about it a lot. This man could just drop a devil fruit user over the ocean. He doesn't have to swap someone with something, as far as we see.
Yeah.
Like, there's
To
no...
be honest, like some of these powers, I just think, why even continue to be a pirate? Why not just like go to some rich city and just teleport people some money into your pocket and just live a life of luxury?
Like, I, unironically, there's only like 3 people that we don't know the fruit for in the Blackbeard Pirates right now. And like, I'm honestly looking at the lineup they've got right now, and I'm like, they are the strongest Yonko crew at the moment. Like,
Yeah, possibly.
like,
And by the way, I love how in this chapter they kind of make it seem like Law actually has a chance here.
dude, I was crying almost, because you know how much I love Law, and this is literally Bonaro Island Ace versus Blackbeard all over again, right? Like, I'm literally...
It's really funny because he teases me. He teases me about or at least he teased me. I think he still does, about my reaction to Ace's death. As you know, Ace's death still crushes my soul. And there's always a touch of sympathy to it's okay, Glitter, you know, it's fine, it's okay to be sad, but I can hear that he's thrilled that this still impacts me, because he's like, yeah, One Piece. So I'm just really excited to be able to return the favor.
Yeah.
One Piece fan, anything that we can get, it doesn't matter if it crushes your soul, as long as it has an emotional impact.
If it stays with you,
Like,
it's better.
If anyone's wondering why Supernova has that reaction, it's because I'm usually a Naruto fan.
Yeah.
Because I am a One Piece fan, but Naruto does hold my heart. So I think the thrill comes from being able to be like, haha, One Piece still makes you cry, and I'm just really, really excited. I'm really excited.
I don't know if you heard earlier, Liv, but Leto was watching the East Blue as like a summary.
Yeah.
She got to Along Park and she started crying with like all the Nami and stuff.
Oh, bless.
I was like,
bless you, sweet summer child.
When she
Bless.
watches the
your
Chopper, the Drum Island arc, I've got money that she'll cry, and it'll be painful.
See, listen to them.
Yeah.
Like,
Suffer like we suffered.
Listen to you both.
I
didn't actually care for Chopper until a good amount later in the series. I just kind of thought, it's not. I feel like it was a little bit.
Rewatch it.
I have actually rewatched it, and I am like, oh, this is pretty emotional. But
I feel like
already
the arc
that
she's gonna have a come apart on is actually for Robin.
Anyway,
Robin and Sabo will hurt. I reckon.
No, Robin will happen. Robin is it for sure.
I know.
I've got to say this now. I think it is actually very likely at this point in time now that Burgess is stronger than Shiryu. Not just like pound for pound muscle mass.
I'm not gonna argue.
But prior to this fruit, Burgess was so physically strong that he could throw a house sort of 4 times his size, right? Now this mountain, Burgess is 3.5 meters tall, right?
Yeah.
So he was able to throw like a 10-meter house, right? You look at this mountain here, it's easy. If he's 3.5 meters, this mountain's easy 100 meters tall at least, right?
At least, yeah.
At least. You got to think, right? Not only is he just throwing this mountain, but he was so strong prior to this that he could punch the air, and it would blow up things hundreds of meters away.
Yeah. By the way, do we know that Buff is the official translation?
No, don't know if it's the official translation. It could be. I mean, shit. I want the gains fruit.
Because here's the thing though. If it's Buff, then it might be a multiplicative
fruit.
thing.
Oh my
means
god.
The stronger he was before, the stronger he is now.
Yep. Again, buff. We look at this and then, like, obviously because it's Burgess, we're like, oh, it's muscles. It might just make him more muscular or stronger, right? What if buff?
Sage is right. I 100% have been saying that for ages, which Supernova has been rejecting at every single turn. Law's arc is over. Doki is in jail. Kaido is gone. There is no narrative reason for Law to still exist.
So the narrative reason was because of this.
Look,
No.
wild.
Stop. Let me say this, right? The narrative reason was because of how it was left open, with the op fruit being important at Merijo's at the end of the story, with the end of the Doflamingo stuff, right? And we've said for a long time, Law's place in the story felt a little off after Dressrosa because he's changed his goal from Dofi to the Poneglyphs, right? And because he's Straw Hat, he was, a Straw Hat stand essentially, right? We were like, oh, okay, I guess he's got to be there in the final arc. After this chapter, I would say that role can now be fulfilled by a Blackbeard pirate, as much as it sucks.
Wait, a Blackbeard pirate can be at the end of the series?
No,
well,
the fruit. They take the fruit and they perform the immortal surgery.
It's the op fruit's leftover potential, right? That was important narratively, therefore made Law a bit of a safeguard. Now, that could be handed off to someone else for the same roles. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that leaves me very uneasy because I don't want Law to die. He's my favorite character in One Piece, and if that Oda does that, it's given me what I need to hate the fucking Blackbeard pirates more than I already did for what they did to Ace.
Are there any of the 10 Titanic captains that we know don't have a fruit yet?
Vasco shot. Alvaro Pizarro, we don't know their devil fruits. And Lafitte doesn't have his fruit named yet, but we know he has a fruit because he had one pre-time skip.
Yeah. Okay.
So...
But yeah, there is still someone to give Law's fruit to.
I mean, could you imagine Vasco shot with Law's fruit? Like a drunk that just, like, teleports around and, like, hits you with, like, gamma radiation and weird shit? Really sadistic? You know what I mean? Alternatively, they could give his fruit to... Oh, no. Fuck me. They could kill Law, give his fruit to Kobe, and force Kobe to perform the immortality surgery on someone.
No. If that happens, then...
Is that a no or an O? Eggs?
No.
Oh, 'cause
No.
it was...
Kobe must survive forever. Kobe is the number one.
Is this a point?
Well, that could be their plan, and Kobe could escape, especially if Aokiji is a member of Sword.
Or it could just be like, they just flounder around and take so long to do it, that that's when the Straw Hats clash with them, and they manage to save Kobe.
Think about the emotional setup they've got right now. They've got Law and Blackbeard, right? They've got Kobe with Blackbeard. They've got Pudding with Blackbeard. And we still don't know where the hell Moria is, if he teamed up, died, whatever. And Perona. That is an emotional through line for almost all the Straw Hats right there. Mm-hmm. Right? That and the fact that they are so close, they are within one island. Like, their base is within one island of the Straw Hats currently, and this is happening one island in another direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is literally around the corner of where the Straw Hats are right now, which makes this so much worse. Because it means at any moment, right, this shit can come straight back, right? So maybe this is where shit hits the fan. Maybe, right, their plan is to kill Law here. I think it's really interesting though, right? Just like going back to this last page. It's been a while, hasn't it, Trafalgar? We know that the Battle of Rockyport, right, involved Wang Ji, Blackbeard, Law, and Kobe, right? And I love how this is a little, Rockyport reunion here. But it's interesting that Blackbeard didn't go after his fruit back then, so maybe they're not interested in Law's fruit. Or maybe it's now that Blackbeard's strong enough and his crew's strong enough to not worry about Law's abilities, they're going to take Law's fruit here as well as the poneglyphs and give the fruit to someone else. Whether or not they give it to an important member to be stronger, or they give it to someone that they deem as expendable to make Blackbeard immortal.
I feel like you're missing the pairing. It's important.
And that is?
Yeah. It comes back to the thing I was talking about the other day on your reaction stream, which was if they take Pudding's fruit and feed it to somebody, he will be able to learn the lost history.
Yep.
And provided that Perona's fruit potentially doesn't have a limitation to organic matter, can find out the history behind the poneglyphs.
Yep.
So impaired, because that's my theory. My theory is that Blackbeard has the fruit because if you look at the symbolism of Blackbeard throughout the series, he talks about knowledge and he talks about chaos, and he talks about them very almost like a Lady Justice duo. And I called yesterday, I thought that his big thing is that he said he basically wants to plunge the world into chaos. That the world is full of ignorant men and ignorant masses, and that's like direct quotes that he said in the series.
Yep.
Ignorant. And my theory is that whatever this history is that the government has fought so hard to control, he will release it. Because like now, where he's using chaos he waited for this moment. He's been waiting for like when their backs turned proverbially to sneak out and do whatever he's doing now. Whatever he wants to do, he likes to do it under the veil of darkness, which is very symbolic for the power that he wanted. And I think that the easiest way to create the kind of chaos he needs is to air the dirty laundry of the government out in the open for everybody to see. And by being an immortal man with knowledge, that is such a dynamic power that I think the final battle theme, and if you look at Naruto, the final battle's kind of very very sun and moon. That's their parallel. And then if you were to look at Blackbeard, you would find the immortal man versus the reincarnated man through Joy Boy. And I think
let me raise those stakes a little more, yeah? So, like I'm saying, if Blackbeard's able to become immortal due to Law's fruit, if he's able to use Pudding or Pudding's fruit... So, okay, first things first, right?
Because that's the stakes as well. You were talking about stakes earlier. Also got to realise, technically speaking, Pudding is Sanji's wife. And I know a lot of people would be like, come at me for about that. But she technically kissed him, even though she removed his memory. So for all intensive purposes, they actually
are married, and he's just waiting to find out. And he's on good terms with her.
Yeah, so that is his wife. Whether he ends up with her end series or not is kind of regardless.
So
that's a stake for Sanji there too.
That's like what we were talking about last week. Like Sanji has like a reason to fight Blackbeard, same as Luffy with Kobe.
Let me raise.
Saying like, are we gonna get something with Zoro then?
Let me raise this, right? So Blackbeard becomes immortal, with or without Pudding's intentional help, right? She could unlock her third eye and read poneglyphs for him, yeah? Or they could use her devil fruit, whether she's alive or they give it to someone else on the crew. They could use her devil fruit to bring back the memories of anyone that they come across to find out the Void Century stuff and find One Piece. Meaning, they could, with Moria's fruit, resurrect the body of any single Roger pirate. Right?
Actually, technically
And
speaking, they could resurrect Roger himself.
like I said, they could resurrect anyone in the series, right? And find out the knowledge that they found out firsthand. Right?
It really
wait,
depends.
This gets even worse because his ship's named the Saber of Zebek, drawing an intentional parallel between him and Zebek, right? Blackbeard has treated everything, every one of his goals that we've seen, he's treated as a stepping stone to something else, right? He was a part of the Whitebeard pirates until he stepped out because he got his fruit. Then he became a warlord. He stepped out, right, to get a crew. After getting his crew, right, he stepped out on the Marines and world government to steal Whitebeard's fruit, right? The big thing left that he seemed that he wanted as a goal, because he's actively said, I'm going to be Pirate King, yeah? What if his goal is to become Pirate King to then become King of the World, like Roxdy Zebek wanted? Which who is King of the World, as far as we know, has been alive throughout the whole course of the Void Century. In other words, Blackbeard's building himself up to become
Figured that would be much the case because again through Blackbeard's dialogue, he's not necessarily just interested in becoming Pirate King. It's just something he'd like to do. His whole goal is he'd like to basically, in his own
surpass
terms, educate the masses and influence the world,
But
change the world. And you can't.
Interesting as well because Blackbeard essentially wants to become Pirate King for a reason to achieve a different goal, and we've just recently found out
that Luffy does the same.
Same thing.
Yeah.
He has a goal and he needs to be Pirate King to make that goal happen, but
is unironically a way how this generation can surpass Roger, because the goal doesn't, the narrative doesn't end at becoming Pirate King. It comes at surpassing the Pirate King by multiple people getting to that level too.
Yep.
Which is wild. I think this has done a lot of the groundwork. Like, throughout the whole story, there's been a lot of good groundwork for Blackbeard to potentially be the best villain. I feel like right now, he's fast becoming a front runner for one of the best villains because of how well he's been utilized throughout the story. But also, right, I love how he deals with things when they arise based on like fate, because that's how his crew kind of is. But I also love how he waits for the opportunity, right? Because you got to think, he just came from trying to get Boa's fruit, because he went for Boa's fruit because of the opportunity arising from the world government cutting ties with the warlords, right? He let Luffy, Law, and Kid go after Kaido and Big Mom, and like we said, he went to reap the rewards of that. He didn't want to deal with Kaido and Big Mom because arguably they're on the same level of Shanks, right? So it would have been too costly for him. But he actively waited for one of the winners to leave to take. You know what I mean? So he's actively in the last handful of chapters, right? He's actively gotten a way to read poneglyphs. He's actively going to have got caught up on not having poneglyphs. He's actively tried to go after the last remaining broken fruit that he would have reasonable access to without starting a worldwide war. Because, like, Boa is, like, the only devil fruit user right now that isn't part of a major faction that has a busted fruit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if he went for an admiral, it's all-out war. If he went for a Yonko or a Yonko's crewmate, it's all-out war, right? But Big Mom dies, he gets pudding, right? He immediately goes after Boa to get her fruit. Like, he's done leaps and strides and bounds of work all in, like, the last 7 days. And it is scarily well done. You know what I mean?
The thing is that, like, everything kind of going along with what Liv was saying is that everything here right now is essentially chaos, right? Like, they're saying, like, the world is in flames, everything is going crazy outside of Wano, and Blackbeard is here just perfectly capitalizing on all of it.
Yep.
So he's basally mastered the chaos.
Oh,
that's my philosophy Luffy is that, and this sounds very meta, but we're all, and this is something I was really thinking about the other day when I was trying to like think about Blackbeard's character, because I think most people, a bit like Luffy actually, made the mistake of when they first met him. He's just this goofy dude, you know what I mean? Like he has a weird laugh. He's almost like a vulture, and I actually don't think that's true. When I think of Blackbeard and how much more I'm wanting from him, and I feel like we're gonna get that, so I don't think that's a sin at the moment. I think it's funny though because people are biologically programmed to be scared of the dark because of what's in it. But he longed for it. He wanted that fruit. He wanted to capitalize on being unseen. He I think that makes him terrifying. He wanted to be in the darkness, whereas most of us don't like it. Even if you're not scared of the dark, like it's not a phobia of yours, you're discomforted by being in the dark. But Blackbeard seems to be completely in his element when everything is going wrong. He wants things to go wrong because he's just so level-headed when it does. And oddly enough, I know a lot of people draw parallels between Dofi and Crocodile as villains, but I think that that's Dofi and Blackbeard's parallel because except Dofi kind of let the hysteria of how much he enjoys chaos sweep him away a little bit. Whereas Blackbeard always has the ability, always reins himself in. He doesn't get overzealous. Like maybe the only reason he messed up with Boa is because he didn't foresee Rayleigh. He has taken such calculated, chaotic risks. And I think that that's really
Look,
cool.
I'm just gonna say this, right? This is the second time in the story, right?
Yeah.
That two Ds have fought.
And it didn't work out so well for my boy.
Nah.
Oh.
And look, I'm just gonna say, right? We talk about parallels, right? Wano was being paralleled a lot with Enies Lobby and Thriller Bark, right? Like you had Fishman Island that was, you know, we've had the whole setups, right? Like Crocodile and Haughty taking over their countries and that sort of stuff, like a rebellion sort of thing. You had Enel and Dressrosa with the bird cage and the god complex sort of thing, right? Then you had like the Whole Cake Island, where Whole Cake Island was kind of like Enies Lobby in that way. You had like one mini arc and then got dragged to another, and then you had Thriller Bark, where it's kind of like Wano, which is interesting because it's the first time we hear about Wano, but it's also like, you know, an army of like ridiculously strong people with ridiculously strong abilities, and there's two warlords sort of thing, and it's like a big team up battle sort of thing, right? But at the same point in time, in the narrative back then, is when Ace versus Blackbeard happened.
Yeah.
So it literally is, it's paralleling, it's rhyming again in the same story beat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, look, I hate to say it, I'm thinking Law might die. It's gonna suck.
I think I'm holding out hope personally. I know that it's kind of an unrealistic hope, but I'm
You
still
are
holding it.
you are the hopeful one out of hope.
He's in the top 5 most popular characters in all of One Piece.
True. Hey.
But you're saying that, but even after Ace's death, he remains in the 10. You cannot use that for Law's safety. It's just, it's not, it doesn't matter.
Honestly, all it would do was either
it would martyr him the same way it has Ace.
It would skyrocket hatred for Blackbeard, which is actually sort of what Oda's trying to lean into doing now, I guess.
Here's my hope, and this might be a bit of cope, but when at the end of this chapter, Blackbeard says specifically about the poneglyph rubbings and that's what he's after. Me, if it wanted to make it seem like Law's life was in threat, it would be, I want your poneglyph rubbings, and also your fruit's pretty good too, or something like that. The fact that he never mentioned his fruit gives me a little bit of hope.
Ooh! Okay, I'm clinging at straws here.
I think the grasping at straws is the expression.
Yeah. Nova. They beat the shit out of Law. And they capture him because they don't know what they want to do with him, right? Do they want Do they want 3 billion berries? Do they want the devil fruit? Do they want to kill him? Because his devil fruit was valued at 5 bilberries, right?
Is that a
Right.
thing?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, in the underground thingy.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So, leaning back into that, this is a perfect opportunity, right? Kobe's captured. Aokiji returns from capturing Pudding, right? They try to talk in code. You know how they've got the sea fog for when they communicate in Sword? Kobe tries to initiate that communication with Aokiji, right? And it could be something that would go under the radar of the Blackbeard pirates. You know what I mean?
No, see, I don't know.
No,
I believe that.
wait. I said could, but just wait, right? Law, who spent a significant amount of time with Corazon, who is also an undercover agent using their undercover code words. He could potentially understand that they are in an alliance together, and considering Kobe and Law have a relationship from Rocky Port, he could try and convince Aokiji and Kobe, right, to try and stage a coup and escape with him. The three of them could potentially team up on an escape.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Me,
Tell you what, it's a good point. Saying that Law and Kobe have that connection from the Rocky Port incident. That actually does kind of mean. I mean, I don't know what to predict based on that information.
Yep.
But that does seem like pertinent information.
which,
Some crazy theories.
do you know what would be fucking amazing as well? Law, next time we meet, we're not going to be allies, Straw Hat. Get out of here. I don't need none of it, right? The Law Pirates know where Luffy and the Straw Hats are, yeah? Their captain gets captured. They get left for dead. They end up sailing back and going down to the same path where the Straw Hats were. Meanwhile, Helmeppo tries to steal a Seraphim from Egghead Island, resulting in their allies of the Law Heart Pirates and Helmeppo requesting the help of the Straw Hats to save Kobe and Law from Blackbeard.
Boom.
This feels
That's
very.
how the series ends.
This feels very. I've got a cork board behind me, and I'm putting red string between a lot of points.
Well,
Just.
we're coming to the.
Honestly, that's how Oda writes his story.
I mean, that's.
I mean,
yeah,
did anyone
process.
predict the? I mean, I predicted the Boa thing, but at the time when I predicted it, I was like, it's probably the least likely thing to happen. So, I'm just saying, right?
I feel like you're just. I feel. Yeah. Look. I don't. Yeah.
Most likely, Law dies, but
Yeah.
we can only hope.
We can.
Look, here's the thing. I think. Tell you what. I'm gonna go harder on this. Okay.
Oh,
The
even
fact that
harder.
Law is puffing his chest and being like, "I'm gonna take you on, Blackbeard," to me implies
Just like Ace
something
did?
other than him getting absolutely stomped.
You mean
Yeah.
like Ace did, or the way that Kid would, or you know?
Let's settle this. Winner takes all.
Don't destroy my whole theory with 3 words.
Let's settle this. Winner takes all. What's Law gonna take from Blackbeard?
There we go.
Oh, stop it! A pair of yous.
Blackbeard's gonna be the first pirate with what was it, an eye patch or a peg leg? No, not a peg leg, an eye patch.
Ooh, maybe. Law takes his eye. Blackbeard becomes a one-eyed pirate. That would suit his design.
I love this. I love
He's a
this
true
for us.
pirate.
I mean, would that?
How many? Law has 2 rubbings, yeah.
Well, at least 2. We don't know if the Straw Hats were kind enough to give him spares.
He's got 2.
So he's got Zoe.
So,
And-
if you got Zoe, ooh, that's okay. That's the one that I thought that he wouldn't have.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh.
He's got Zoe. Yeah.
good Zoe.
He's got Wano. Yeah.
Correct.
And they just
We can have the other 2.
took Pudding, who could have seen the road poneglyph that Big Mum had, and they could just take her memories for it.
In fairness, even if they didn't get pudding, they would have probably gotten the road poneglyph that's there anyway, right?
Yeah.
Surely they would.
Yeah, while they're there.
Considering they like seemingly easily stomped the entire place.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they get it?
Yeah. So
They have 3.
Blackbeard.
And the only one that they're missing is the one that we don't know where it is.
Yeah, so it's a race between Blackbeard and Luffy right now to get the final one, and arguably we're starting an arc right now with Luffy on Egghead. So maybe off screen Blackbeard becomes Pirate King. Like goddamn.
Yep, genuinely.
And a lot of loops around the sun.
Luffy one that I thought that he didn't have. I'm thinking that's going to be weird. How the hell is Blackbeard going to get Zoe?
Luffy versus Blackbeard at Elbaf. Ragnarok?
The last one. Ooh, destroys Elbaf.
They're Viking-y.
Giants.
They're kind of Viking-y. The giants, yeah. They're very Norse.
Yeah, yeah.
Blackbeard
work.
brings Ragnarok.
Hmm?
And maybe that's where the final fight goes down over the last road poneglyph. I mean,
That could be it.
That
The thing is like they haven't yet ever had like a battle that's on the sea, so it's gonna happen on an island.
yeah.
The question is on what island? It's either literally at Laughtail or probably Elbaf.
Can we just
I can't see them going to another island other than like they're at Egghead because we needed to meet
Vegapunk?
Need to go to Elbaf for sure.
Yep.
Because they just mentioned it too much, it'd be too disappointing. Oda knows that everybody expects him to go to Elbaf.
Even if it's just short.
Even if it's short, yeah. And then there's Laughtail, right? The only other thing maybe is
And the final war takes place back at Marijoa because of Im and Fishman Island being destroyed.
Is there any other island that would be like necessary to go to?
If they get a poneglyph from Elbaf, no.
Elbaf is kind of like the only other island that we like definitely need to go to. Everything else is just kind of
Speculatory or wanting.
just like, okay, I guess we're gonna go here. And if Oda wants to end the series relatively soon, he needs to not just throw in random new islands. Got enough plot lines to tie up.
Shit. So
I'm thinking it's either gonna happen on Elbaf over the last road poneglyph, or it's gonna happen at Laughtail.
for the longest, and I can't even say that like. You know, Luffy, they may fight and beat them or something and they may come back later because Luffy doesn't kill people because, I mean, Big Mom and Kaido died, seemingly.
Yeah. Wait. One thing we need to consider. Where's Law right now?
Law?
He just got to an island.
Well, it wasn't Elbaf. You can see the island.
No, it wasn't Elbaf, but that's a whole nother wrench to throw into the machine, right?
Yeah.
He's on some random unknown island. We don't know who's on it, what's going on. Something else could happen there as well.
We know it's the deepest in the Grand Line.
There's no one. This thing, like, if they throw out some random person, like, oh, Shiki's on this island, I don't think they will, but if they throw out some random crap like that, no one could predict that, which is good for Oda, because you don't want people predicting a series,
Blackbeard,
right?
Blackbeard, King of the World. Yeah, Blackbeard's coming for the King of the World, probably. Oh, god damn it. Holy shit. This is...
I don't even know it's King of the World. I think it's just I don't want there to be a king.
Oh, no. I think it's he wants to be King of the World for the same reason as in Luffy wants to be the freest person in the world. For Blackbeard, being the king means the freest, because look at how Blackbeard rules his island. He doesn't.
Yeah. He just gets everything that he wants, and that's it. And then everyone else can deal with it.
Which is the exact same dream that Luffy wants, to be the freest in the world. The difference is, Luffy doesn't rob people of their freedom per se, whereas Blackbeard's like, I'll rob you of yours so I can have mine.
Yeah. The only difference really between Blackbeard and Luffy is that Blackbeard's a bad person. Luffy's
Also,
good one.
Blackbeard beating Law, that'll be what puts his bounty over Shanks, because Blackbeard's at 3.9 bill.
Yeah, fair.
This man about to jump to number 1.
Saying, what the hell is Kid doing? Come on, man, do something.
Honestly,
You're gonna go lose to Shanks again.
I mean, where's Shanks? I want to talk about a certain pirate with the Gorosei. Where's this dude? He was right next to Elbaf. Not right next to Wano. So there's only 3 islands for Shanks to go to.
True, big true.
And we're seeing 2 of those islands!
Versus Shanks. If that happens, he loses. There's no way he beats Shanks. Just won't accept it.
I mean,
He did nothing. He did nothing in Wano to merit any amount of respect. Put his name anywhere near Shanks. If anyone thinks he can beat Shanks,
alternatively, Shanks has...
narratively, no.
Alternatively, Shanks has an eternal log post and is hunting down Barter. Because that's what he said he was going to do. But
yeah.
He also said, oh, let's finally go take the One Piece. So maybe Shanks is going to unhide the final road poneglyph.
Right.
Because we know it disappeared, right?
Thing is, it doesn't matter if Kid gets it, because he only has, like, 1 or 2, right?
He's got the other 2. He's got Wano and Big Mums.
Doesn't have Zoe.
Yeah.
I don't see him ever getting.
But if he does get that, like, again, he's just the runner-up.
To be fair, if you find Zoe, Carrot's not going to stand in his way.
Fair play. And again, that's assuming that all 3 groups didn't get all 3 poneglyphs, because whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, holy shit. Is Shanks just using an eternal log post to travel to his own territory? Or on the same, like, or is he on the same stretch of water that Kid is? What do you reckon?
Again, is Shanks what?
Do you reckon Shanks is gonna be on the same island as Kid, or do you reckon Shanks has used an eternal log post to not follow the next log post, so he can just go to his own islands?
I think it'd be interesting if Shanks immediately bumped into a Yonko, the same thing that the same way that Law did.
Yeah.
To me, that would kind of make it like, oh,
one's got to win and one's got to lose.
Kind of went to Egghead. I'm just kind of like, oh, and Luffy went to Egghead. Kind of lame. You know, it just puts the main adventure, the main Straw Hat adventure, a tier below in terms of world impact.
Yeah. See,
unless they both lose, I guess, because then it's just like, well, Luffy isn't dead yet.
I feel like if it was going to happen, one would win and one would lose. And the reason for one would win and one would lose is because we're showing 2 different dynamics happening.
I reckon, in typical Oda fashion, we're gonna get our expectations supplanted, and something's gonna happen with Law. He's gonna get away somehow, rescue Kobe or some crap. I don't know. Something's gonna happen. Maybe he just gets captured, but I don't think it's gonna be as simple as he just fights Blackbeard and then loses, and then maybe he dies, maybe he becomes a prisoner. I don't think it's gonna be that simple. I think something out there's gonna happen. Considering like Kobe's been put in his possession, Pudding's been put in his possession, like it just seems like
there's something big.
Yeah, there's something big gonna happen. If it was Kid, I'd be like he probably just loses, but because it's Law and he's like an ally.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Shit. First things first, right? Blackbeard's got 3...
End of series, we have an immortal Garp level Kobe.
Okay, that'd be cool. Blackbeard's got 3 mythical zones on his crew. Already a better mythicals lineup. Like, already a better Devil Fruit lineup than the Beast Pirates.
Kind of weird how the Pegasus can't even carry 2 people.
Well, I mean, Stronger was always on the verge of death to begin with. And Blackbeard's 3.5 meters of fun on the tub.
Yeah, but once you change, shouldn't you be mythical? Shouldn't you be truly mythical?
I mean, what other mythical abilities does a Pegasus have other than flight? That's actually a good question.
That is true. Maybe he's just like the shittest mythical. That's actually... You don't, right? They're just like pure good, quote unquote.
Oh god.
They don't have any like powers. They're just off, as far as I can.
Because the Stronger...
And even like unicorns, right? In terms of combat, that the best they have is they can like run on rainbows or something.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
Okay.
Pegasus in Greek mythology, a winged horse that sprang from the blood of the Gorgon Medusa.
Ah,
The Gorgon Medusa in One Piece is Boa.
yeah, interesting.
I mean,
Got released right after the boa thing.
that's a...
Pretty cool.
What special powers does a Pegasus have? Flight. Carrying thunder.
Carrying thunder.
Creating water. Immortality.
I feel like there was a missed opportunity with my obsession to ask me these questions.
Yeah, fair play.
They actually also heal sickness, and in certain circumstances can actually grant immortality.
The Doctor makes everyone sick. The Doctor's horse. I can heal everybody that's sick.
That's actually pretty good though, because he never has to bother making a
Antidote.
antibody. Yeah, he just goes, "Oh, my horse will fix it if something goes
And just
wrong."
as a side effect, if it was a unicorn and not a Pegasus, I don't know if anybody else remembers, but it is true, just like in Harry Potter, that unicorn blood cures all ailments and keeps one young forever.
So
For as long as they drink it, that is.
I'm pretty sure that Lafitte has a mythical zone as well. We don't know what his fruit is, right? But we've seen him with wings pre-time skip, and he can hypnotize people, and he can speed. Like he can get past Sengoku, Suru, Dofi, Hawkeye, and Kuma. Right? Like
Simple enough. He has shown like no significant like hockey feats, but he's still a level 6 prisoner. So
No, Lafitte wasn't.
feet? Oh no, yeah, he was an OG. Yeah.
So Lafitte being a mythical zone, Katarina Devon being a mythical zone, and Stronger being a mythical zone. Like, they've already got 3 mythical zone fruits. That's busted AF. Right? Then, their first mate has the buff fruit. Literally makes him casually... We're seeing this casually, right? There's no stress here. Casually lifting mountains. That's some Garp level shit. You know what I mean?
That's like insane level shit. By the way, I've already we love the Zorotards, right? We love them. They're friends, not enemies. But I already saw a post saying back like something 100 chapters ago, we saw Zoro lift up a house,
and they're
how
saying
much
that he's
has he
strong.
got since then? So he's probably just as strong.
I literally, pre-time skip, Burgess was throwing houses, right? If you want to draw the comparison, Burgess is the first mate, Zoro's the first mate, right? I know a lot of people want to have Burgess versus... Zoro versus Shiryu, right? But I mean, Burgess can throw a mountain. Zoro's one of his biggest feats post-time skip was cutting mountains in Pika. Like, literally, you could have, like, a bloody baseball game where Burgess is just throwing an island at Zoro and Zoro's got to cut islands. Like, unironically, like, this steps up the game in a lot of ways. And like I said before, he's got the ability to just elbow the air and it send out, like, a ridiculous shockwave. We saw him do his lariat where he just swings his arm and it destroyed an entire city block of buildings. Now add the buff fruit on top of that, and we're just assuming the buff fruit makes him physically stronger. He could do status buffs for all we know. This could be like the paw fruit.
Just saying, the biggest like clout that you could ever give him right now is if he said to Blackbeard, "Damn, your punches are almost as strong as mine."
Yeah. Like, there's some craziness that can go along with this. And like, again, Burgess throwing mountains was already ridiculously strong, right? And we know he has Haki as well. We've seen him use Haki. And although, like, Sabo was beating him, you got to think, Sabo with that fruit now is being regarded stronger than Luffy currently. Yeah. In the eyes of the world government. Mm-hmm. Like, wind that back for a second. You know how I've said for ages, I was like, oh, it felt like a fight between, like, 2 4th divisions and whoever won became a 1st division? Right? Yeah. Apparently we're downplaying that because Sabo, after getting that, is doing what he does at Marineford and shit like that. Sorry, what he does at Marijoa and stuff like that, where he gets a bounty where they literally Luffy beats Kaido and Big Mom, and gets said like he gets talked about like, oh, it's just Saba's little brother.
Yeah.
So like, Burgess is 1L, and I mean, yeah, he got his face rearranged. Look at the poor dude. Was devil fruitless against a goddamn sub Yonko. You know what I mean? And now since then, he's gotten this ridiculous buff, which suits his personality to a T. But like I said, we don't know what others... Like, is the buff fruit just muscle and strength? Which, I mean, if that's the case, right? Does he get to count, like, whatever someone's physical stats are? Can he mimic or surpass? In which case, could he be as strong physically as Kaido? You know what I mean?
What I reckon it is I reckon outside of people that had devil fruits, actually was the physically strongest person in the world. Back when he said I'm the strongest man in the world. And then when he got the buff fruit, it's just like a multiplication on his strength. So on him, it's like the perfect fruit because he's actually the strongest in the world.
Again,
because it went on him, it just makes it like absolutely ridiculously broken. So it could be one of those things where it's like, ordinarily it would just make someone a lot stronger, which is really powerful, but like not the be all end all. On him, it's like insane.
Again, we're just looking at this as if it's muscle right now, because the way the fruits work, it's the onomatopoeia of the ability, right? So buff fruit. We're reading it here in the context and seeing him lift because Burgess' whole thing is he lifts stuff, right? But what if this is more like the paw fruit and the buff he is like, I want to be stronger? What if he can do other shit like the paw fruit where it can reject concepts like pain and shit? Like, until we see more, there's like... I mean, put it like this, right? Burgess already looked like this prior, like outside of his face stuff, prior to having the buff fruit. You know what I mean? And I mean, like, look at Doc Q now, too. He can literally change your gender, seemingly from a distance. Right?
Yeah.
Also, sorry.
How the hell did he get that disease into the sub, by the way?
Well, okay, put it this way. We know these fruits, but we didn't actually see them be used, really. The six fruit, Paramecia or Logia?
I mean, we have to assume Paramecia until it's shown. Right?
Okay. Yeah, no, and that's perfectly fine. All right, six fruit. Superior or inferior than the venom fruit?
Right.
You see where I'm going with that?
The problem with it is, like, genuinely just seemed like him doing the gender change thing was just like him memeing around. He was literally just messing because, like, it's not going to cause any damage, right?
Yeah, no, and he says that.
Yeah.
It's so
We have no idea how strong it could be. It could literally just be like it just decays your skin. As soon as it touches you, you just melt.
So you know when he says it's one of Milady transformation plates?
Yeah.
That's also a pun on like a process of creating like a pun on creating medical stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Again though, like is like when I say the inferior and superior to the venom fruit being Magellan, right? Like it's the same way that I say like Baby Five's fruit is the superior version of Daz Bones' Chop fruit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, like, we haven't seen it. We don't know how it works. Maybe he's got to touch them physically, but it doesn't make sense because Law and his crew was in their submarine underwater, right? Can he infect you by the air? Does he have to, like, send a projectile out that touches you and then it starts it or something? Can he, like, send out like a gas that's poisonous or something to infect you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could he arguably do what Magellan does as well on top of that?
But I can't really see any way that he could infect them inside the ship, but he did somehow.
Yeah. Also though, if you go further up, so when it goes to the point where it says a certain sea in the New World, right?
Yeah.
And you see the big splash and you see the submarines underwater, Do you notice that there's
Huh?
Conqueror's Haki?
Where?
There's Conqueror's Haki to the left of the ship, where the sub is going under, and there's Conqueror's Haki to the top right of the
yeah.
ship, coming off the ship.
Oh yeah.
So, this arguably could have been a semi-off-screen Conqueror's Haki clash between Blackbeard and Law. Someone has it.
Mm.
You see what I mean?
Interesting.
And up until now, we've never seen Law with it.
I'd say we'd know if he has it. I would say that's like a kind of like a disgusting retcon if they just said he's always had it.
I mean, it may have been like he only unlocked it after fighting Big Mom and Kaido, you know what I mean? But,
Yeah.
but, if not, does that mean Blackbeard now has Conqueror's Haki?
Yeah. Maybe even that's how .Q infects people.
Yeah? So, that just starts this scene, you know what I mean? That's the crazy thing about this, right? Then, obviously, like, you got Law and the fact that this disease spreads on contact, right? And, I mean, you know, female Law is already almost like top 5 girls in One Piece, so...
You have been itching to work that into the conversation somehow
Yeah.
until you were like, yes.
But, like...
It's literally just Robin with tats. So, like, you
They literally just drew that so that they could sell merch. That's the immediate
No, but
thing I
Oda already
Body
drew it
pillow-
in an
pillows,
SBS. That's
bro.
the funniest part.
Yeah. Body pillows and what are they? The pop funk things.
No, do you know what they're going to be? It's going to be one of those, you know, those mouse pads with the very conveniently placed
yeah.
mounds. That's all that is.
Yeah.
All that is. If that happens, gonna have to purchase one for Supernova, just as a gag, just purely to sit on the desk.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize this. Law using that Haki to free himself? His other crewmates are also back to normal.
Yeah.
And Q says, that's how diseases go, and antibody always comes around. When one person finds a remedy, it's not long before everyone does. So,
I honestly just think they all have Haki.
is it just that they've got Haki and they just copied Law's technique to break out of it? Or is it that Law sort of for the group?
I don't know, to be honest.
Or maybe it's a first person infected. Once it's cured, it sort of tampers out.
Yeah, maybe.
But again, running through this, right? You got the first mate with the buff root, able to literally throw mountains. Second mate, right, was already being stated to be equally as terrifying as Magellan, right? Who's now invisible. Like, an invisible swordsman's pretty OP. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Their third mate is Van Auger, who now can blip around and shoot shit into Kingdom Come. Right? The fourth ship captain is Alvaro Pizarro, who we don't know has what ability at this point in time, right? But I'd like to point something out, right? Out of the Blackbeard pirates we saw at the Hachinosu Island, he was there, obviously, right? And Moria is now MIA. Right? Alvaro Pizarro's epithet is the Corrupt King. What would be more corrupt king than resurrecting an army of servants that are dead?
Big true.
Right? So that thematically could fit really well for him. Right? Then, I can't remember the fifth Titanic captain. I think the fifth is Vasco Shot, who we also don't know anything about. Right? Oh, sorry, the fifth is Lafitte, who's got a mythical zone, seemingly. Right? Then the sixth is Katarina Devon, also mythical zone, right? And then the seventh is Vasco Shot. Eighth is Doc Q, I think. No, or eight or ninth is either Doc Q or San Juan Wolf. I think it might be San Juan Wolf, then Doc Q at 9, right? And then we've still got the 10th Titanic Captain, who the 10th Titanic Captain also may not be Aokiji, so we're still potentially waiting on one more member of the crew.
Yeah.
So who the actual shit? Like, say it's not Aokiji, right? Because the Marines didn't know that Aokiji was allied with Blackbeard until later, and it was common knowledge in Dressrosa that Blackbeard's got 10 captains, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think the 10th Titanic Captain is going to be someone else that we know of already in the story, or have known at some point in the story?
I don't think so, to be honest.
You think it'll be a new character?
I think it might just be Aokiji. I don't know. Because the thing is, like, why wouldn't they have already confirmed it if it's Aokiji? I feel like they should have already confirmed it. Now, who knows though? Maybe like literally, this series of cover photos that we're getting,
We may get it.
maybe like next or the one after that, we're gonna have like 10th Titanic Captain. It'll be a picture of Aokiji, right, like with pudding behind him.
Maybe. It's very possible. But all I'm saying is, right, we have at least 2 that don't have devil fruits. Right?
Yeah.
One could have Moria's now. And the other was actually present when they were going after Boa's fruit. So it could have been Moria and Boa's fruit they were going after.
True.
Right? And then there's the potential for one more unknown captain to get an unknown fruit.
Yes, that is possible. I think they're setting it up right now for Blackbeard versus Luffy.
Yep.
I think right now that there's not that much going on Egghead, they can cut away to Blackbeard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But eventually it's gonna be, they actually do have some stuff going on Egghead Island, and they're gonna stop cutting away. And then after that, it'll potentially just be Blackbeard time.
I agree.
So I don't think we're gonna see too much more of Blackbeard's crew and all that stuff. So I don't know if they've got necessarily like the time or the panels to throw in like 2 or 3 extra crewmates to get attaining new fruits.
We don't need to see them attain new fruits. We just need them when they show up like this to have the new fruits. But what I'm saying is, right, there was like, we've obviously seen them go after certain people for certain fruits so far. Right?
Yeah.
And we still have people that don't have confirmed fruits, and there's still potentially a mystery person that's part of the crew that we don't know yet. And do you know what the ironic thing about that might be?
What?
We may meet that person with the straw hats and not know they're a Blackbeard pirate. Mirroring Luffy meeting Blackbeard the first time around and not knowing who he was.
It's possible.
Which means we might see someone with a busted ass ability very soon who ends up being a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and then we have our like all-out war or crew against crew.
Another consideration, Whitebeard's crew had a lot of pretty cool fruits. Yep. And we have not seen any of Blackbeard's crew members
with any of the Whitebeard Pirates,
despite the fact they've done an entire battle. Another thing that I'm thinking is, this is kind of separate to that though. What if the 10th is Weeble, and that's why it's never been released, because he was a warlord up until now. They didn't want to say that he's
because before the warlords were denounced. Yep. Weevil was known and present in the story, and at Dressrosa, it was common knowledge who the 10 Titanic captains are.
All 10? Everyone else except for us, or just that there was 10?
That there was 10 and they're known around the world who they are.
Okay, so the 10th is known to everyone except for the readers.
Yes.
Okay.
Right? And obviously probably not the Straw Hats.
Right, because I thought it could be the fact that the 10th is a mystery. No one knows who the 10th is.
Let me solve this.
Hasn't been released intentionally because Weevil is that one. And obviously he can't be one because he was a warlord until now. Now it can be released that he is one.
It's Gats that announced it, so it's Gats, 10 Titanic captains.
And the thing is that, like, why would Weevil not join Blackbeard when Weevil's goal is to find Whitebeard's treasure.
I mean,
and Blackbeard already fought a war against the Whitebeard pirates and probably has a bunch of information about them.
a lot of people,
Just be like, yo, Blackbeard, help me! I want to go kill all the Whitebeards, and they'd be like, okay, cool.
a lot of people thought it was going to be like Crocodile or something.
Yeah,
So,
it's a bit out there. I think Crocodile's one of those dudes where at best he's going to be a co-captain.
Ooh, he's
Not be a leader.
he's his own captain, the same way that. Yeah, I know what you mean. But Burgess, when Burgess was reintroduced post time skip, and I'm not looking at the official translation. I just had to look it up randomly because I don't know where it was, like what chapter it was, right? But it's the upstart pirate Blackbeard is supported by his 10 Titanic captains, and one of them is Jesus Burgess. So it's known that there's 10 Titanic captains, like commonly, enough to announce it.
Yeah.
In a public
It's not
event.
necessarily. We don't necessarily know if everybody knows who the 10th is. It could still be a mystery to everyone, including us, who the 10th is. In which case, it could be Weevil.
But
it's just that, and the reason why it's a mystery is because
in that case,
the
wouldn't
war.
they just be like, he's got 9 Titanic captains?
I mean, I know narratively it wouldn't be this case, but like realistically, I would expect that if Aokiji, for example, was one of them, it would be very well known. Everyone
Yes.
would be talking about
But
it, we would know.
while it was well known that there's 10 Titanic captains, remember you had Aokiji and Smoker interact in that, and they're like, what are you, like, and even Doflamingo was like, who are you? What are you doing now? Like, no one's heard anything from you. And then later on, after that, it was confirmed that he's allied now. Now, he's allied with the Blackbeard pirates. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So to me, it's like, it could be Aokiji, but there's enough in the story to say it's not Aokiji, and that there's another person they're keeping hidden. And it'd be...
The only thing is, for the 10th person to be such a mystery, it has to be someone who's like pretty powerful and pretty cool, or pretty surprising at least.
Yes.
And if it's not Weevil, who the hell could it be?
So it could be an all-new character?
Now we have the Cross Guild. I don't think it will be an all-new character, because if it's an all-new character, I think that's just kind of like, then why the hell did you keep it secret? You could have just told us his name, and then, and then we could find out more about him later. Like, it just seems a bit, like, annoying. It's just like and then there's a mystery, and then when we actually find out who it is, it's like, it's this random guy that you don't know. Let's learn about him. Just kind of seems a bit, like, dumb.
Oh, I understand
like,
that.
Realistically, like, we don't know anything about someone like, for example, Avalaro Pizarro.
Yep.
And, all we know is his name and what he looks like, really. So, like, all they had to do is give us the name of the 10th Titanic captain, and we'd basically know as much about him as we did of basically any other pirate. So them keeping the 10th as a mystery, if it's a total random person, it's kind of dumb to keep him as a mystery. Like, it's annoying. I'd be kind of annoyed.
The only reason why it wouldn't be dumb is if the Straw Hats are going to interact with him, and it's supposed to be like, we don't know as readers until it's revealed.
That's true. That's true, actually, yeah.
Or it's kept a mystery because it's someone we know. Probably pre-time skip.
Okay. Is there anyone pre-time skip that we know that has the potential to be that strong, though?
Okay, I'm gonna throw out some random people. Okay, so this doesn't make sense, right? But it could be cool as a fan favorite if Gin, right, from Don Krieg's crew, went to the New World and like leveled up at the same rate as the Straw Hat Pirates. That would be cool if like 2 years later he's like leveled up as much as they have. But I think that's a reach.
I would absolutely friggin' love that, because I absolutely love Gin. He's like one of my. If he was more in the series, he'd be my favorite character.
Like,
I don't know why, I just love that.
But like, could you imagine if he came back in that regard? Like Don Krieg died from the poisonous gas, and then
Oh yeah.
He went into the New World and joined up with the Blackbeard Pirates eventually.
I'm still holding on to him being killer, even though it makes absolutely no sense at this point.
Alternatively, we haven't seen them post-time skip. Could be NL, who is already commander level.
Okay, that would be one. That would be one that I would accept, and that would be a good mystery and a good like little reveal.
Like no one would expect it. Let me put it that way. And like it would be like NL seemed happy on the moon, but it's like maybe he got bored eventually and like comes back to Earth because he's like, what the hell? I've conquered the Sky Islands, I've conquered the moon, now to conquer the Blue Sea, only for him to get fucking humbled, but still be godly.
Like, it would definitely be a bit weird to see like why did NL come down back to us and then just join Blackbeard. Like that would seem a little bit random. They definitely have to explain that for
Yeah,
the video
yeah.
game.
No, I don't disagree, but that could be one of like. Could you imagine if the Straw Hats see NL again? It's like, what? And then again on top of that, it's revealed that he's the 10th Titanic captain or some bullshit.
Yeah.
Like that would honestly just be like, brain melted. Do not compute. What the f?
Yeah. It would
Um.
also be cool to see like if he rocked up at like Egghead and like Vegapunk was like, oh, your electric won't do anything to my seraphims because I've scientifically made them immune to electricity. He's like against 200 million volts though, and he's like, oh right, and then they just all get short circuited.
Trying to think. Like, unironically, it could be someone that may be a revolutionary for some reason.
Yeah, I mean possible.
I mean, that could
I
also
wouldn't like it.
that could
I'd
also.
be a bit mad.
Oh, I don't disagree, but like it's possible. I just
Here's the thing: is like I feel like the Japanese fan base, which is the main fan base of like manga
Yep.
and anime, right, is very like you really don't want to piss them off. Like if you do something to piss off the fan base, they will actually take a hit in your career,
Yep.
big time. So I think like for manga especially, I consider the fan base's opinion to be a lot more important in terms of what the writer's likely to do than in other shows. Because like if you're for example like if you're going to kill off a main character, I agree that Law right now it's possible that he could die, but for example like if Law hadn't done his whole character arc yet and he was as popular as he is, I'd be like he
he's
just
not going.
literally can't
Yeah.
kill Law. He just can't, because like everybody will drop the series and he will just like get fired or whatever. Like it would
Yep.
be bad. He wouldn't get fired, but it'd be bad.
Um.
Yeah, so something like the rep, like I feel like whoever it is, it has to be like a pretty solid explanation. Can't just be like
So
it's this guy because it is. Screw you guys. Like
yeah, and I do not disagree in the slightest. The reason why I don't think it would be Weevil is because Weevil hates Blackbeard and wants to beat him.
that's true. That's fair.
And if it was going to be someone we know, I feel like it would make a lot more sense for it to be someone that's prevalent that we like. If it's someone we know, it's got to be someone we know. And if it's someone we know, I don't want it to be someone post time skip outside of our Kiji, because then it's like, why not just tell us at the time? You know what I mean?
That's true.
But
Big time.
if you look at it from people that were there, like people that are present pre-time skip, right? Again, Jin would be a crazy person. There would a lot of explanation, but that could bring back a fan favorite in a lot of regard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's NL, there'd be a hell of a lot of explanation needed, but there's someone that's already in that power threshold to begin with, right?
Yeah.
I'm running out of people, I'm not going to lie, that I could think of, because other people, like, Annie's Lobby, I don't see it being anyone from Annie's Lobby, I don't see it being anyone from Thriller Bark, although we do have Moria that may be joining or defeated by the Blackbeard Pirates at this point, right? Same with Perona on her way. But could be...
Moria would run into the same problem.
Yes.
It was announced
yes.
before.
It could, however, be a phenomenal plot twist if it's a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates.
Ooh.
And in the Payback War, someone ended up betraying Marco.
That would actually be really good. And we could find out about, like, at the time that we meet the 10th Titanic captain, we could also have someone else talking to Marco in like a separate scene, but in the same chapter. And Marco's explaining that the reason they lost so hardcore was that they were betrayed, and then at the same time, then you get introduced to the 10th.
Mm-hmm. Or, even yet, the Straw Hats run into the 10th Titanic captain, seeing that it's a former Whitebeard pirate. Luffy recognizes him and goes, you were at, whatchamacallit. And then Robin's like, oh, yes, this is so-and-so of the Whitebeard pirates, right?
Yeah.
For them to be like kind of buddy-buddy, and then him backstab the Straw Hats, which would go against Whitebeard's last orders of protect Straw Hat Luffy at all costs. It would be depressing. And again, if it was someone as big as Jozu, like narratively, that would be pretty wild as well. Although I would I would find it like a really big stretch for them to like make it someone like that. If it was going to be someone, it would probably be someone lesser off. I mean, shit, could it be Squad?
Fucking hell. He would be the most hated person ever.
100%. But what I'm saying is that would be an interesting plot point, potentially, and it would be someone that we know.
If it was someone like Squad, I would create a whole bunch of theories about like he's going to betray the Blackbeards because betrayal is just in his nature.
Yeah,
Betrayed so many times.
fair. I don't know though. Like, you get what I mean? Where it's like, if it's a brand new character, that makes sense because they could always play us up for like, oh, you know, it just happens. You know what I mean? If it's an old character and it's a reveal, I think there's a very small number of people it could be. Right?
Yeah.
Unless they make someone that's non-canon finally canon.
Yeah. But I do kind of agree that, like, you know, if they had a chapter, because revealing who the 10th Lieutenant Captain is like a grounds for the main part of a chapter. You know what I mean? Like, if there was a chapter that had that in it, it would probably be the main focus of that chapter and not much else happen.
Or it would be the big plot twist at like the 3/4 mark of the chapter.
Yeah. And like, if it turns out to just be Aokiji, like everyone already thinks it is, that chapter to me is getting a 4 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like, if that's the only significant thing that happens in that chapter, and the rest of the chapter is just like Straw Hats are just running around Egghead or something, and then the big reveal of the chapter, which is supposed to what makes the chapter really good, is just like, oh, and the 10th is Aokiji. I'd just be like, I knew that, like 4 out of 10. Like, it's not good. It'd be the same as that previous chapter with the reveal of the Vegapunk as being a female, and we're all just like, it's obviously not. It's just a robot. It's like in that whole chapter, the main thing in that chapter was Vegapunk's a lady, and it's like, but no, it's not, and we know it's not. And next chapter, we're gonna get told that it's
and
not.
we pretty much proved it on the chapter it happened as well. So
yeah,
it like,
and then it's like that. So that chapter to me was like a huge L.
it was hype, but it was also like, it's hype, but I know this is just set up because I can see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's like I know that you're already faking me out. It's like a low effort fake out. To be fair though, like if you were more of a casual reader and then you're just reading through like quick, and it would be pretty cool to see that like Aokiji is him. Because you might pick up a suspicion that it's him,
Yeah.
and then you keep reading, and then you go, "Oh wow, it is him! Damn!" But for us, it's like we've been saying this for years. So
I'm trying to think if there's anyone potentially in the story. Like, as far as we know, it could even be a former Rocks pirate.
by the way, I gotta say this because I thought we were gonna start at the start of the chapter.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
very first panel.
Let's go to the beginning and work our way through. I know this is 2 hours in, but yeah.
The very first panel when they're like big and chubby.
Yep.
One tiny little character detail that I would have liked to see is that Luffy's scar doesn't grow when he gets bigger. I would have liked it to be basically like his weak point. I think that would have like a lot of like emotional thing where basically it's not rubber, it's scar tissue. Because like in real life, scar tissue is not skin, it's scar. Like it's different and it has like entirely different properties and it's a lot weaker than normal skin. So like, and having a big scar is actually kind of dangerous. You like risk of infection and all this stuff like that. So like, it would actually be kind of cool if his scar stayed the exact same when he expanded, and it was actually his weak point, similar to how Kaido's weak point was his scar. But in the sense of like, your devil fruit can't. You know what I mean? Like if you have scar tissue, it affects your body, not your scar, because scar isn't you necessarily. I mean, it is, but you know.
So
it's different.
Hear me out on this. I think this is actually unintentionally a really interesting power scaling reveal. But
what?
So, unironically, there's only 6 people in the series that can actually eat, get fat, and then shrink down.
Okay.
That's Chopper, Luffy, Kid, Kumadori, Rob Lucci, and now Bonnie.
Did Rob Lucci do it?
Well, that's the thing. It's actually one of the 6 powers techniques. It's called Life Return.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Okay.
right? And although these guys do it just because they've got a big appetite and chill out, I think it's interesting that Bonnie, like, and we knew she was going to be a big eater, but you got to think Bonnie's lineage, like, she's the kid of one of the most powerful warlords we've ever seen in the story, a #2 Revolutionary Army commander, right? So she's got the DNA, right?
And despite knowing how strong Vegapunk's like machinations are, she's confident that she can just trash him.
Yeah. Also, Life Return. Like, it's a little detail, but Life Return is actually one of those, I don't think a lot of people that really remember or give it much credit, but, like, Life Return means when you eat, you regain full strength.
Actually, hang on. I would argue that Brook with his calcium has life return, just that his body functions differently
I would actually, I would,
than calcium.
I would actually agree because it was also stated as a plot point, that people can't normally do that. By Capone, if you remember that. And if you search up on your computer right now, Life Return One Piece, right? The first three images, right? You got like Kumadori, then you got Skinny Lucci and Big Lucci, right? What Life Return actually does is it compresses muscle down. So it goes Big Lucci into smaller Lucci, but he still keeps the same amount of muscle.
Daimei Kikan.
Yeah, that.
Is that one of the powers?
It's one of the sub powers of it.
Okay, I was gonna say if that's one of the powers, I gotta relearn the powers.
So it's a technique that only Rob Lucci and Kumadori had. Right? And what it is body function manipulation, where you are in control of literally every cell in your body. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Which, it's funny because Chopper, through the use of drugs, now can control his whole body. Luffy, as Sun God Nika, can control his whole body. Right?
Yeah.
And then the only other person's Bonnie. It's also, although it's not listed there, Boa, one of Boa's sisters, or both of Boa's sisters, right? Also have the ability, because one of the parts of that ability is actually you can turn your hair into a living thing.
Right, so it's a part of Paper Body.
It's not it's not Paper Body.
Sub of it.
Yeah,
Sub of it.
yeah. So if like I said, although it's not mentioned there, right? Luffy versus Boa sisters. Here we go. So you know when they turn their hair into snakes and they attack Luffy. Do you remember that?
Oh, I don't actually.
The Boa sisters, Snake Devil Fruit
Oh,
Eaters.
yes, I do. Yes,
right?
yes.
She can flex her hair, bring it to life, and it attack.
True.
That is part of
Not a fruit, eh?
that is part of the ability, because that's actually what Kumadori does using this technique, right? He actually makes his hair create their own fingers, form more finger pistols, and does a finger pistol gatling.
Yeah.
And this is something that I was like really hyped because I'm hoping like this will make a return with CP0 with actual Haki involved, right?
Yeah, so when Rob Lucci uses it, apparently the Viz manga calls it Life Return Paper Art Fighting Form.
Yes.
Makes himself more slim, which makes him potentially faster.
Yes. Whereas it's like non-trained people that have it, like Luffy and Kid, get huge and then just flex down to normal size.
Yeah.
And it just it literally is just like a full HP potion. You know what I mean?
Also, you could argue that the reason why Luffy naturally has this ability is because his fruit makes him more free, therefore he's more free with his body, etc., etc.
Then what's Bonnie's and Kids' excuses? And Chopper's?
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, Chopper could be the Rumble Balls.
Yep,
sure.
yep.
Or his enlightenment, because he's eating a human fruit, whatever.
Kid and Bonnie literally could just be skill. Same as Rob Lucci.
Yeah, who knows about Kid actually? Kid's just got
I mean,
secondary protagonist energy, even though he doesn't show it.
yeah,
Kid, I just don't like Kid. I don't like Kid. I'm
dude,
sorry, I just don't.
I like Kid, but I hate his wasted potential.
Yeah. Well, see, to me, he hasn't done anything to make me like him yet. All that he had going for him was potential, and then that potential got wasted. Now I'm just like, he's just a disappointment all around.
All right, give me 2 seconds. I've just got to go to the toilet. Actually, Glitter, are you there still?
I am.
Do you guys want to chat for a few seconds? I'll be back. I just got to go to the toilet quickly, and then we'll finish off covering the chapter quickly. Okay?
Oh, of course.
I'll be back in a
Let's
minute.
argue about how strong Boa is.
We don't need to. You're just factually wrong.
I mean, I think we agree, to be honest.
I think we
think,
do. I think you're just a little less than me, and I that's fine, I guess.
Well, okay, because here's the thing. I reckon she's around First Division Commander level, right?
Mm.
I wouldn't put her the strongest Katakuri, but I know that you and Jade also wouldn't because you hype Katakuri really
I
hard.
actually put her over category.
Really? Okay. I think okay. Then
I'm
yeah,
not.
we do disagree then.
I don't. I don't think I. Also, I disagree with overhyping category. I think it's an accurate representation. It will be interesting to see how category is going currently in the
Okay,
situation that
let's
we're
have the
in.
conversation about Katakuri then, because to
You
me,
just do this because things not
so
here.
so so to me with Katakuri is it's really hard to argue around Katakuri because technically all of he has all of the really good abilities. Has potentially an increased version of like armament. He's got future sight, which is like crazy good. And then his fruit's really good and helpful, especially with his future sight. So
Yep.
like that's the thing is like it's really hard to argue that he's not ultra strong. It just seems like it's too easy to argue that he's like basically at Yonko level. Because
I
it's like
think
hard. Because
I
it's like
would classify
no
him as
one other
demi
than Yonko
Yonko.
level has what he has, right? Like even Marco, the only reason that people can say that Marco's stronger is like, oh, he'll just heal and I guess he wins. But realistically, if somebody was really hardcore in
I,
Katakuri,
I,
you could probably win an argument saying that Katakuri is better than Marco.
yeah, but no, okay. So my thing is you undersell category a little bit, but I do believe that sometimes there's a tendency of a mythos to circle him, right? I get it, but I believe he's a demi Yonko, and what I mean by demi Yonko is I don't think he's actually Yonko level. Otherwise, he'd be a fucking Yonko.
Obviously, yeah.
But I believe that he's enough of a substitute of strength that Big Mom would have absolutely no qualm in just leaving shit to him. Clearly, it's
Assuming an
not. No, but
admiral
clearly,
or
it's
above
not
doesn't
gone
show up.
well. Clearly, it's not gone well.
I mean,
I'm not denying that.
if you compare him,
Otherwise,
if you compare him to the other first mates,
stay out of this, Supernova.
no. If you compare him
To
to
be
the,
fair, to be fair, like the what's it called? The Sanji's family, the Vinsmokes coming in and saving a prisoner. I won't put that against Katakuri because I mean Luffy did the same shit.
I mean, we saw Katakuri low diff him the first
I
time around. It was only that Caesar like
so
hallucinated him.
in what facet do you believe that you and I disagree on Bawa and Katakuri?
I don't. So I don't think we disagree.
Oh.
Okay, I didn't think we disagree on Boa. But I guess I don't think Boa was necessarily as strong as Katakuri. I guess I don't know. It's hard because Boa doesn't have the Haki feats, right? That we've seen at least. Um, and I mean, I guess you could just say, as far as we can tell, Boa could turn everyone into stone except for Luffy. Um, Therefore, she just beats
Well,
Katakuri.
Blackbeard was concerned enough about her.
Exactly. And so with that feat, it's kind of like I guess you could possibly argue that. But to me, that just kind of seems like
I would argue that
you
Katakuri
know,
could get around the
it's like
getting turned to
arguing
stone.
it's like arguing what's the name Sage of Six Paths mum has like these needles that like as soon as they hit you, you will die.
Look, my
But they never hit anyone.
my
It's like you could argue that she could
philosophy.
take out anyone, but
Well, I don't think anybody, because there's loopholes around it, and we've seen it. It's about people being able to do so, and for me, and then this will ruffle a lot of people's feathers. What I'm about to say, and I get that. I don't care that it will though. But Boa, if there is end of series pairings, Boa will be Luffy's.
oh for sure.
And my thing about it is the 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 reason, and there's so many parallels for why I believe that, but that's really not the point of conversation. She has to be some force of nature to justify being the wife or the queen of the king of the pirates. And I think Oda is just finally showing that. And I feel like, and this is my theory. So I don't usually have this frame of mind when it does come to these type of characters, but I do notice it is a trope. And I think not with you, but I mean other people in the One Piece community. It's not something that I think surfaces in our conversations,
Mhm.
but it's a bit like what happened to Hinata and what happened to Sakura. I feel like when a character possesses a certain personality trait or may have indications of being soft bay simp, I
Mhm.
think people overlook what they are. And for the longest, I've said what Boa is, and now we're actually seeing it, and I'm like, she's always been this strong. She just factually is this
Look,
strong. It's just nobody seems to want, and nobody talks about it because, I guess, to an extent, part of her character is a gag.
I've
And I
always
get that.
rated Boa up high, just not necessarily as high as I maybe should have. Like, she's always been in my top 20.
Now, I always have, and I noticed the difference because Buggy's character is treated very differently, despite being a gag character. It just seems to be when female simps. I don't know what it is, but
So,
characters like that just seem to be undersold a little touch.
To be
And but
honest, like
Boa's always been a fucking
I'll give
weapon.
this to Boa, though. Her younger sisters have advanced Haki. You could argue that she should have it too. We just haven't seen her use it, right? But maybe she doesn't typically tend to use it because it's very rare that she needs to because of her fruit and the way her
She
fruit
really
works.
doesn't
But
need
what
to,
I
yeah.
will say is Katakuri has a potential out around it for the most part because he can fight without using his main body to fight with his mochi that he creates. And she may not be able to turn him to stone because we can see that he can see the future with his eyes closed, so he may have that Fujitora sort of I can fight without seeing sort of out.
here's the thing though. I think all of us have actually sort of ranked Boa essentially like correctly based on how the stories progress. Because when you think about it, not a single one of us, and pretty much no one in like the community, ranked Boa as like basically everyone thought outside of Mihawk, obviously, Dofi is the strongest of the warlords. Pretty much everyone thought that, right? Because he was kind of shown as being like the most devious, the most main one. And Boa was always kind of like on my list personally, obviously third, so second. You know, if you're include whether or not you're including Mihawk, she was always like just below Dofi, and I think that's actually like a fair observation based on how they were portrayed up until that point,
Now it's
and
just
then
flipped.
yeah, and now it's just flipped. And the thing is, like, even then, once Dofi got beat, and then you got into the commanders, the kind of vibe around Whole Cake when you started getting introduced to the commanders was like they're just on a whole nother level. Like Yonko commanders are
Even
just well above anything we've ever seen. Even like it was like Luffy goes into Gear 4 and then just beats Dofi, but then Gear 4 does nothing against a third division commander. So to you, to like at the time as a viewer, it would be kind of dumb to put or above Katakuri, when you're in the time when Luffy
see
was fighting Cracker. Because it's like, why would you consider her that much above Dofi based on what you've been shown? But then now, as we've kind of come back around and we're starting to see, it's kind of changing, right?
the
Where
gap was big but not as
it's almost
big.
like yeah, it's almost like to the point where I'd even start considering Kuma because really we never saw anywhere close to what Kuma was capable of. You'd start to consider Kuma above Dofi and all this stuff, and it might have just been the way that they were showing Dofi at the
Oh,
time wasn't because he was the strongest, just because he was really devious and he was a big villain that's coming up in the story,
I
and he might not be the strongest by a decent
I think
stretch.
right now what it might be is Mihawk, Boa, Dofi, Kuma, right? And then Jinbei, right? Like unironically, but then at the same point in time, I think it's also funny because it's like we have confirmed things like Cracker's stronger, got stronger Haki than Dofi, and based on his abilities, probably beats Dofi. But at the same point in time, Dofi and Cracker probably beat the living shit out of King and Queen, right? So it's like
Yeah.
certain, like they're all in the same bracket, which we tend to dub as like commander level. It's just people typically tend to go, it's like it goes first, second, then third, and that's obviously their strength, right? But at the same point in time, it's like, it's very matchup based, and also because the Big Mom Pirates went up against Luffy, in all honesty, until we see stuff like we did with the Blackbeard Pirates here, and like we probably will with the Shanks Pirates, right? I gotta say that Cracker and Katakuri look better than the Beast Pirates.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
And
Well, okay.
I can't say they look better. They're not. Neither party's doing so crash.
but it's like because they
Actually fair.
because
yeah, they're both not in a great place.
think the problem
Some of them are KO'd.
look,
like,
it's a
no.
final saga. Oda's finally killing off these people now, which is kind of impressive because it's like, you know, King, Queen, Kaido, Big Mom,
The death of
Cracker.
The death of the old era has to happen. Just
It's happening quick though.
Honestly, I just think like Whole Cake Island was like literally Oda just like trying so
To hype 'em.
hard to hype up the Yonko. It was ridiculous because I remember when we first
Yeah,
started
that
learning
is
about
true.
Big Mom, it was like literally no one can even hurt her. Like she has all these elements, you know. She has like this thing that acts independently of her that can blow up to the size of an island.
It's literally she's got
island.
Ace
It's
in one
literally
hand and L
Ace.
in the other hand, and then she's
It's literally an immortal Ace that can fight independently of her, that's with her at all time. And then she has an immortal NL next. Like, it was ridiculous the way that they were hyping her. And as soon as you get scared of her, you instantly die.
Yep.
Like, it's so dumb.
the worst thing is though, that's still her.
With all the commanders. I know, but at the same time, it's like now she's literally called Big Meme.
Yeah.
She got trashed by Kid and Law, who had nothing, really. They had nothing. They
Let's
would've
be
got
real.
absolutely
If you
shit
have to,
on.
To be
utter
fair,
the
that's
sentence-
criminal.
No. If you have to,
That was
utter
so
the
criminal.
sentence, got beaten by Kid.
Yeah.
Like that goes. That says enough to itself.
But at the same point in time, it's like, it's so criminal because it's like, compared to Kaido, Big Mom got done so dirty. She didn't even whip out half of her arsenal, which is like the funny thing where it's like, she got the
Kaido's
rub.
a little bit goofy
She
too,
got.
but we already know I feel that way.
Kaido's a no. Big
If
Mom.
you said Law and Kid versus Boa, I'd be like Boa wins straight up. Like if you
Really?
said Law and Kid, yes, straight up. Like I don't.
Yes.
They showed
2v1?
nothing against Big Mom. They showed
Yes.
fuck all. They didn't do anything. All they did was meme her around until she fell in a hole.
I don't know.
It's so ridiculous.
Kid uses a sign and then sends Boa flying towards the water.
Or turns them both to stone instantly. What are they gonna do?
Apparently flex their titties really hard and turn back.
Based on Boa showing more recently, she might even have the Haki to
Yeah.
negate Law's
Yeah.
fruit. Like
Yeah. Look,
I don't know. Like, everything's just been thrown on its head recently. It was weird. But that's the thing is that like that's why I kind of like always think about Katakuri a bit more critically because I look at everyone in the Whole Cake arc as just like the whole point of that arc was just to hype up the Yonko. And it's really disappointing that then we went to Wano and it was like the whole point of this arc is to show that the Straw Hats are now as strong as the Yonko, which means they look terrible in comparison.
But what I will say, right, is where Big Mum was absentee as a captain, her crew had to pick it up, right? Cracker, Katakuri. Where Kaido, right, he just carries his crew. And although his crew is strong, right, like I'm not saying they're like, you know, they're fodder, but
you can never argue that they're strong. They just have zero. They have negative feats. Like you can't.
Dude,
you can never win an argument, even if you think. But they should.
how can Bellamy have more Haki feats than Queen and Jack? What? Bellamy!
I remember we were laughing
The moment
the longest.
that I saw Monster Chopper tossing Queen around, I was
Wait, Monster Chopper blocked one casual attack from Big Mom one time, right? Monster Chopper's got the chops. Ah! And I mean, that could be his awakening, so that's like his upper limit. Outside of Haki, you gotta think. Like, it's like an awakened...
The non-combatant with
Dude,
no Haki.
an awakened zone versus an ancient zone. And they're
I'm
kind
just
of
saying,
even.
500 berries versus over 1 billion.
No, but like when you think about it, like if Monster Point's Chopper's awakening, right? If you have a regular zone and awaken it, it's as physically strong as an ancient zone on base, right? If you have an ancient zone and awaken it, it's like a mythical zone on base. You know what I mean? So it's like it does that progression in strength, I guess, potentially.
I don't know. I feel like I value Boa high. Okay, here's the thing. I would actually put Boa above Katakuri. It's just that I thought that if I say that, I'm gonna have to do another argument where I'm trying to argue that someone's stronger than Katakuri, and you're both shitting down my neck,
Why?
thinking,
Okay.
"Oh, you always
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
why
no,
I'm getting.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no,
why
no,
I'm
no.
getting lumped
Can
in with
I?
him.
No,
I
no, no.
disagree.
Every time I say that anyone is stronger than Katakuri, I have to
Can
fight
I?
like bloody.
Can
To be
I?
fair, 99% of the time you are wrong.
Can I? Can I say this then?
It's someone who is just like straight up.
Can I say this? Right. I would say in more situations, Boa is stronger than Katakuri. If Boa and Katakuri were to fight, I can see a very clean argument for either side, right?
That's being really political then to avoid.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Katakuri has in his arsenal what he needs to beat Boa, but in more situations, Boa is deadlier than Katakuri. That's just, like, her fruit carries that, and we haven't even seen her use Haki. Whereas Katakuri's Haki carries him.
She's a babe.
You know, like, you know what I mean? They're like,
Speaking of, when are we doing our top 20?
top 20 gals. We'll wait for Kuma. Kuma was originally going to want to try and hop in this stream, but I don't know if he's made it tonight, and I doubt he's going to hop on at this point.
It's very fair that it's that late in the night.
Yeah. But he can always say his piece, because I know he really wanted to talk about this chapter. He can say his piece in next week's stream, or if we do the top 20 midweek or something like that for the top 20 gals.
Worst case, bang in the Discord.
I may need to like re-look at my list as well, because originally when I made my list, it was a really hasty.
Put law. You are not allowed to put law. I'm putting my foot down right now. No. Okay. No. No.
House rules.
No. If we have a male list, if we have a top 20 best boy in One Piece, go for it. You are not using
no underage and no Nakama. No underage and no O come my ways.
You are not.
No, here's the official argument. Okay, they have to identify as female.
So
law can't be included, but Yamato can't either.
Yes. Wait, no. Yamato does identify as a girl, though. That's the thing.
So identifies as Odin, as a concept.
Didn't they say he in one of the chapters? Didn't they? Like,
if you can find that
at the end of Wano, Yamato drops that, right? Because she was only identifying as Odin because she wanted Kaido to be gone.
We'll find out that.
That's why she doesn't come with the Straw Hats. That's why she stays behind to go around and learn about Wano, because she's dropping living as another person because it was a falsehood.
Doesn't she go into the dude's bath? Doesn't that immediately imply an identity?
Is it because that she identifies as a man, or is that because she just has fun with the Straw Hats and she just wants to go chill with the Straw Hats? Whereas Okiku,
she literally asked, "Can I go to the guys?"
Yeah, because she wants to go have fun with the boys. Whereas Okiku was like, "If you're not comfortable, that's okay, but I identify as a woman."
We need to not bring in gender. Oh, Oda, you need to have not brought in gender politics.
We'll find it out, because I'd like to know as well. So when I do speak about Yamato, I'm speaking about it all properly.
Well, I was under the impression. I feel bad about it because
I was under the impression, and from what I've read, and this is personally me, I always thought that from the way that the language was used, because it's very. I think when you look at Ivy, it's very
distinct.
Obvious that that's fluid. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's a question. But when it comes to
Ivankov,
Ivy.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
But when it comes to Yamato, I always thought it was more identifying with the concept.
Yes.
It was like, I want to be the person that liberates.
Saying I am Odin.
And who this was Odin. Yeah. It was like it's like I am the king.
Saying I am Odin.
The title.
Saying I am Odin is like saying I identify with freedom.
That's what I thought.
How about this? Let's say Yamato can be in both lists.
That's fair. That's the same. Yeah, that's fair.
Because you would say that when they are Odin, and they identify literally as Odin, therefore male, but also they know that they are female in a sense. Because
Speaking
that's fair.
Speaking of
fluid. We'll consider it fluid. Like
I
You wouldn't go into the
but I
bathtub
will
unless you
say-
were like, I am Odin, therefore I am man.
I will
Therefore
say
I
an
bathe with man."
information card was actually released that did have Yamato listed as female.
look.
Okay.
If you Google it,
I'm
but I cannot see argument for both. To be fair,
I'm just gonna say this, right? Moving on with the chapter for now, right? Because we still haven't finished the chapter. We get the sick new SSG outfits, which I really like. I love how they kind of remind me of Astro Boy, with the legs, right? Bonnie looking like a, Bonnie sort of pulling up like she's a understudy to Bulma. She's got like the cell pads on her shoulders, right? But this is something I really have to point out here, right? This police officer Kuma, right?
Yeah.
In your mind, is this the same or different to a pacifista? A regular pacifista?
In my mind, the same, but potentially has a little bit of extra things. Though to be fair, I don't know if it's going to stick around too much, and we haven't seen it yet.
Well, it's not a seraphim,
So
clearly.
you know what? They're going to have to deal with the next chapter, hey, because they cut away from it,
Yep.
and it hasn't been dealt with.
It's
so it's going to have to get dealt with.
I mean, they're probably going to run away because Bonnie doesn't want to.
be succinct. They shouldn't they?
But
They're going to be like, you're going to need to get through your trauma right now, girl, otherwise we're dead.
Yeah, you
But
gotta move fast. We don't have time for your therapy.
this actually helps with the conversation that I've tried to have in the past that was really unfounded. It was just sort of a little bit of a potential hunch or a plot point, right? And it works really well that they're using a pacifista for this. This is, thank God, right? Or they're using a Kumit for this, right? When it attacks the Straw Hats, Luffy goes to use a Gear 3 elephant gun.
Oh. My bad.
You see that? So one of three things is happening here then, right? This Kuma is stronger than a pacifista because Luffy's using a Gear 3 elephant gun on it. Luffy is going overkill against this pacifista using the Gear 3 elephant gun on it, right? Or Luffy was showing off using a Gear 2 Haki punch to defeat the pacifista at the beginning of the time skip. And that lead... if Luffy...
I think it was just, he's just going overkill. He's just
Yep.
like, you're a big thing, I'm gonna smash you because you're a big
Yep,
thing.
yep. And if that's the case, that leans into my potential question about pre-time skip Straw Hats versus the pacifista, right? Where we only see the pacifista defeated after all the Straw Hats do their best attack on them. So we didn't actually... like, there's an argument to be had that they didn't need to do that much to defeat it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that maybe, like, the pacifistas are a little weaker than they really were portrayed to be pre-time skip, right? So that when Luffy comes back and one-shots one with a Gear 2 punch, it may not be as big of a power gap, or power creep as we thought.
That was so...
You know what I mean?
I wanted to throw
Sage?
something in as well. Luffy's using Future Sight.
Yep.
He goes to do the punch. You specifically see him do that asterisk thing next to his head, so he sees he sees Bonnie coming, can't dodge. Bonnie kicks him in the face. Bonnie's quicker than he can react to when he's focused on something else, at least.
Well, it's also possible that it's just that it's Luffy in midair, and that Bonnie just sweeps him.
Yeah. I mean, like, he can't even put his arm up. Like, he just goes, oh shit, and then gets smacked
Well,
in the face.
he may not want to, because they kind of seem chill with each other, and he's kind of like, what the hell are you doing kicking me? Because then after that, he's like, what the heck, Bonnie? Right?
Yeah,
Which...
I mean, surely, like, if he was in a life and death fight, maybe he'd be able to, like, hockey his face up or something, but, like, I don't know. Fact being, she's bloody quick.
I mean, she's skilled, she's quick, and I always said if Bonnie's quick, that's so much scarier because of her fruit.
So that's a sick kick as well.
Well, you got to think, right?
Front flip kick.
Yes, it was badass. Well, it's a heel kick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like head to your toe, leg comes up. That's like a Sanji kick.
Yeah, but it's an ankle that's hitting Luffy in the face. It's just it looks different because they've got the space boots on.
Yeah, the back of a foot.
Yeah, Ushka. Also, like if she is fast, right? If she's out here speed blitzing and then turning people to babies or old people, that's bad ass.
Yeah.
Right.
Although all you need is good enough hockey and you can negate that.
Which is, as far as we know, Yonko status. The 3 billion up stat.
Although that's the thing though, it could just be depends. We don't know. We don't know.
You just didn't want to start that. You were thinking about it, and then you went,
Well,
no.
like so, it seems like
Hang
when
on.
Law did it, he had to like really concentrate and put out a lot of effort to negate it.
Hang on 1 second. Sage just asked in the chat, Advanced Hierarchy, what are you talking about, Bonnie's Fruit? We're talking about with Bonnie's Fruit, how she can change people's ages, and now with this chapter as well, Law showed that if you've got strong enough Haki, there's a technique you can use to break out of status effects, right? So maybe you can break out of Bonnie changing your age, although I would argue this may be one of the fruits that you can't do that. Because it doesn't hurt you. Or change.
I would say you can.
Because once you change your age, you're still you.
I didn't get into this, but like the idea that like he turns you into stone, right? I would assume it's just like you're surrounded by stone and you're stuck in stone.
I would say no because we know she cracks people. You're solid through.
Then do you instantly die?
Yes, unless she unfreezes you. I think of it like
Wait, no, stop there. If she can unfreeze you and you can survive, then your soul still exists. Therefore, you can still use Haki. Essence.
Okay.
Exists.
Okay, except if the user dies, there's no way that person can break out. That was also stated.
Know enough to be having an in-depth conversation about.
She probably doesn't know that you can use Haki to break out.
Or a new fruit user, maybe that's one ability that can't be counted. Maybe. Again, I'm not necessarily on either side of the spectrum here, but
because there's no proper education around Haki, right? It's just like you just kind
I
of
would
Haki.
I would say if that's the case,
not enough to figure that out from the Yonko, but if with most people they just kind of learn. So even the Yonko possibly didn't even know that you can intentionally activate lots of Haki to break out of effects. They're just so strong that they naturally use that much Haki, right?
What if?
It could be that like very few people actually know that.
Yeah, I mean, Law obviously figured it out as a technique. You know what I mean?
But it could be like basically no one else knows that.
Yeah. But, right? With Boa and this ability, I would say maybe this ability works if she shoots you with an arrow, but it doesn't work on physical contact with her body.
Okay.
Because when she hits someone with an arrow...
You weren't so sure about that.
When she hits someone with an arrow, right? The whole thing immediately gets turned. Same when she hits them with the beam.
So, I could see that for sure.
Whereas when she physically touches you... When she physically touches you, it breaks as you're turned to stone. Like, we see her kicking people and half their face is gone. Like, they're like Whitebeard, half their head's gone, and they're still fighting.
Well, I mean, I definitely agree that, like, if half your head gets taken off, like, if she kicks you, turns you to stone, and breaks the stone in one swoop, that part of you is gone. You can't just Haki it back.
Which is her physically striking.
Like, if she were to touch you and turn you to stone without actually breaking the stone, you could possibly Haki yourself back. Again, it's ultra soft, and we just don't know. People have their own opinion.
Or it's a possibility that you got to do it prior, like the Yonko. Like, if Law got caught by it, he would have been turned to stone and then couldn't have broken out, potentially. Because what if you've... Like, you know how Law had to move and flex to activate it?
Yeah.
Right? Once you're stone, you're not moving.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe, like... Again, we don't know. There's a soft power system. We'll have to look more into it as it goes on. But I would say it would be interesting if, like I said, it only... The way it works is if you've got it up, effects won't apply to you. If you don't have it up, if an effect doesn't immediately take you out of commission, you can apply it and break out of it. But you can't break out of you can't break out of contact-based stuff in the moment if you don't already have the guard up. In which case, it wouldn't work. So what I mean by that is like, if Bo was doing the Love Beam, right? And you've put your guard up already, it won't work. Right?
Yeah.
But if you don't have the guard up and she hits you with the Love Beam, you turn to stone. If you turn fully to stone, you can't then activate it. You're KO'd. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have it up, she can't turn you fully to stone, but while she makes contact with you striking, it still may affect you while she's contacting you. Right? Because it's like they're both being activated at the same point. So there'd be like a status effect zone, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you. Like that's the thing. It's very up in the air. We just do not know.
Mm.
I'm looking forward to all of the arguments and multiple comment sections of people being really hardcore about their opinions, even though no one actually knows.
100%. I mean, look, I just uploaded 4 videos today on TikTok and that, talking about Kizaru's speed and that, because I was watching a video of someone else downplaying the hell out of One Piece speed and it just sent me up the wall.
That's it. You gotta go hard. Man.
Oh, mate.
Go hard.
Literally 4 videos back to back of nothing but panels. And it's like, dude, trying to do that sort of explanation on TikTok's hard because of the 3-minute threshold. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, I'd be like finally making progress with my point, and I'm like, I gotta stop in another video. Finally making progress with my point. Gotta stop, another video.
You can't dislike, can you?
On TikTok?
TikTok?
Nah.
Yeah. It's just likes and comments, right? And
Yep.
then like the more engagement you get, yeah. Because I've been scrolling through like random like Facebook and Instagram reels and stuff, and like always just like people that just say the most like outlandish stuff that's obviously wrong, and then they get so many comments that it goes up in the algorithm, and then I end up seeing it.
Yep.
And so I've been getting all this like because I look at like lots of like gym stuff. I get all these people just making like outlandish claims about gym related things.
Yep.
And I'm just like, you're just wrong. And I look in the comments, and everyone is just saying that they're wrong.
But it
it's still
helps
getting
feed it.
shown to everyone. Yeah. And it's like that's the thing is like you just go like I mean for you you're probably more on the correct side of things. I mean like regardless, just go really hard on your take.
Oh, dude.
Because either people are going to agree and like it, or they're going to disagree and comment, and you win either way.
I'm happy to stand my ground on my opinions, right? And if someone corrects me, it's like, sweet. We always say this, right? Once you tell me something I don't know, we both know it. You don't have the power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when people are like, how did you know that? It's like, well, now I do, mate. Shut up.
Speaking of, right? I don't know about you guys, but this Bonnie scene here where she starts crying like, please don't hurt my daddy, that was the most emotional thing in this chapter, and like, fuck me dead, that was the best panel of the chapter. I think it just like artistically looked great.
Me, I reckon that's, I don't know, I haven't actually had that many emotional reactions to things that I've read in the manga, because I feel like I'm just kind of reading through, and then suddenly you just get hit by a panel like that's meant to be sad. To me, it's like I haven't been taken through. I haven't heard the music in the background, and
Yeah, okay.
you know, like I haven't been taken to that place yet. So I look at that and I go, oh damn, that's really brutal, and then I keep going.
Well, the next thing is this Kuma pacifista that just shot this laser. Look how big the explosion is from it.
Yeah, gnarly.
What the hell did it hit? What happened then? Because that's not a normal pacifista laser.
Oh, that's big.
Right? And like, you got to...
thinking this is probably, you know, upgraded.
It's possible. But, right? Just whipping it up now. Because the chapter before in that, we see, like... You see that shoreline, yeah? That's blowing up. It makes up a significant portion of the island when we see it.
It's well high. It's higher than a tree that's sitting on top of like a cliffside.
Yeah, but like remember, the entire island is just like that cliff and trees. It's not that tall.
Yeah.
Hang on, where is it?
Big. It's very, very big. Which is weird because it's like, how the hell did they dodge that?
Well, I mean, maybe they didn't. Maybe they got to take some damage.
Thing we didn't see. Yeah, true.
Hang on. I think it's like down here somewhere.
think it is funny that it's like you guys don't want us to damage anything, but we literally take like an outfit. Suddenly you destroy like the whole
Oh, dude,
workshop.
I love the commentary on like over policing.
Yeah.
But where is it? Oh my god, I need to clean house on these photos from the streams and that. We don't put photos up often, but when we do, it's just like it's so hard to squint and see the manga panels for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hang on.
That's funny. They literally said it in one of the panels, but it's like the outfits literally just popped out of machine free for them.
Yeah.
And because of that, dude blew up the entire workshop trying to take them out. It's like, wouldn't you just set the machine so that it doesn't just give out free clothes then?
Yeah. And that's the
Why
thing.
would you have you can either pay for them or you can just get them for free and we'll kill you.
Well, they want the money, so it's essentially just like trying to rob people, realistically. You know what I mean? Ah, here we go. Right. So it's in the Discord right now, right? And it's also up on the stream here, right? But see the size of the shoreline and trees compared to the rest of the island.
That's true.
So that explosion is like I could see the argument for it being like a fifth of the island. Like the diameter of it, I should say, right?
I don't know because like so see how at the very top you see the planet and then you see like some trees under it.
Yeah.
Looks almost to me like there's like that bottom plateau of Earth.
Yep.
And there's like goes up and there's more Earth.
Oh no.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, okay. What I think
Took out like that bottom layer of the ground, but not like the center giant.
well, what I think it is so see how this is happening all in this city?
Yeah.
Like this big city, right? Remember how the other chapter I said there were whales up on the roof, but then you look at this explosion happening and it's happening like at the bottom of the shoreline.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I figured. That's where I figured they were.
Where the cave line is. So this big city is underneath the island, right?
Yeah.
This explosion takes out this big section of the shoreline, right? And then there's still the main office up the top where, like, you know, whatever the egg for Egghead is, right? That's probably where, well, I mean, that whole thing's probably actually a giant weather egg that's like the air conditioner for the island. But that's also probably where, what's his name? Vegapunk is, right? Up the top area.
Yeah.
Right? So although it doesn't take like there's still a lot of island left, I actually think that egg and that is man-made up the top. Whereas the actual, like, this island, like, that explosion there, looking at that shoreline, is like 1/3 of the height of the entire island.
Another thing you have to consider as well is that like explosion is like we literally see the border of the explosion, right?
Yeah.
But the thing with explosions is the border of the actual like ball of fire is like just the center of the explosion. The actual explosion
The
is like, the force that comes
shockwave
off
and
of it,
everything
and
that
all the
launches out.
shrapnel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's not just this section here that's getting damaged. It's like everything everywhere around that is getting like shrapnel absolutely filled.
Yeah.
If you stood anywhere in this forest to the right of this explosion, you would just get absolutely annihilated by like dozens of trees that are flying at you in pieces.
So, do you know what the interesting thing about that is? So, see how the Pacifista did all these other laser shots, right?
Mhm.
The two big ones came from its mouth. So the first one it does, it shoots from its mouth, and see how it's that huge ball that takes up that whole underground area? And then the last one is another shot from its mouth where it does this. I'm questioning whether or not this explosion could be related to Luffy redirecting it, maybe? Bonnie changing the state of something, maybe? or like the pacifist accidentally hit like a gas tank or something. I mean, or maybe unironically, do you know what it could be? Vegapunk doing an experiment and a lab explosion on the other half of the island. That's just going to be a cutaway. Like just it could just be like a segue set up for next chapter that we don't really understand yet.
No joke though, like see how it's like come out the side of the island. It could have been that like Luffy saw it coming, right? And the last panel where you see him shooting, Luffy's like diving in front.
Yep.
He could just like turn into like a giant bouncy back wall like he's done against Kaido.
Yep.
Bounce it back to the Pacifista, and that's just the explosion that blew off of the Pacifista.
Or
and everyone behind Luffy is fine.
Or it's like when Luffy caught lightning. Turns the laser to rubber, grabs it and throws it back, boom.
Yeah.
A lot of potential here. A lot of potential. And then we've got the whole Blackbeard thing again, where we've got the Conqueror's Haki, Law using Haki to break out of status effects of a Devil Fruit. Look, coming full circle and going back to talking about the Blackbeard pirates, right? How do you reckon the Straw Hat, like, based on these abilities that we know so far of the Blackbeard pirates, right? How do you think they fare up against, like, the top 10 people of the other Yonko crew at the moment? Because I could see a good argument for them being number one right now.
Blackbeard pirates?
Yeah. Maybe
My
with the exception
crap is that we've seen zero
Haki. Even without the Haki though, right? Like, I mean, no offense to oh, I mean, we know they all have Haki. To be fair. All of them have armament and observations confirmed in Vivre cards.
Only to the same level that Mondor does.
Yeah, but as far as we know, Mondor doesn't have it. To be fair, I don't think.
Well, the Enraged Army people that did have it.
But I mean, in that defense, right? The Enraged Army people that have it, right, would be some of these bottom commanders.
What I more mean is like they're not really necessarily going to have an impact on. Like, having base level Haki doesn't necessarily matter to me when we're talking about an entire Yonko crew.
True, but, like, I mean, I'm talking about it, like, these are obviously the top 10 commanders, right? If you look at Big Mum's crew, right, you had the 3 Sweet Generals, right? Oven, Daifuku, Perospero, Snack, and then it literally goes to, like, Opera and those characters, like Opera, Mondor, those sort of people.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like Doc Q is the equivalent of that on this crew.
I think Shanks and Luffy have a chance. I think like because the thing is that yes, this chapter hyped up the Blackbeard Pirates heaps by showing us so many of these fruits, but so have we very recently gotten a massive hype up for Shanks' crew.
Yeah.
Now we know it's not just like, oh, they all have Rio, they're probably quite strong. Like, no, like, Yasop has permanent future sight. And by the way, this chapter as well, like, permanent future sight. If Yasop was Luffy in this case, he's not getting hit by Bonnie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it does make a drastic difference. Being able to permanently use it. Like all the times that Luffy against Kaido dodged Kaido's attack, then there were those couple times that he was like got surprised and got smashed. Never happen if you have permanent future sight.
Yeah. But I mean, mind you, right? It'd be a high diff fight, but like, I mean, like, run the, like, ignore the captains for a second, right? Run the Blackbeard 10 Titanic captains against the 10 strongest Big Mum pirates. Who you got?
I think right now is the setup for Luffy versus Blackbeard, and I think when Luffy versus Blackbeard's crew, he's going to be one of the strongest Yonko.
Yeah.
So I think the Blackbeard pirates are above
Big Mum and Kaido's.
Mum and Kaido's, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
no, I agree. And with Shanks,
I just don't know
it doesn't
if there's
matter.
enough for you to say sure. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter.
But
I don't know if there's enough for you to say for sure that they're above Shanks, but yeah, like you said, it doesn't really matter.
and yeah, but like the thing is that I'm saying, right? Well, I mean,
Very,
look,
very, very
we
strong. Yeah.
we will find out when me and you go personally see Film Red, won't we? We'll get to see the red hair pirates, and maybe we'll actually be able to be like, yeah, I can feel like this or this. You know
To
what
be
I mean?
honest, though, it's gonna be really stylized, right? Because the animation's gonna be pretty crazy. So it's probably gonna make the Shanks pirates look insane.
Oh, dude, no, like you got to think that whole movie is like honestly, right? They could do so much non-canon stuff to just hype up the red hair pirates specifically because it's a movie about Shanks and they were trying to sell as much as they could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's definitely true.
Like in that movie, right? You could have Shanks like bloody strong arm all three admirals, right? And it just be like, it's because Shanks is so strong, it's so powerful. But it's like at the same point in time, it's just like, are you really gonna have all three admirals try to fight Shanks to the death?
Yeah.
In a movie,
True.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
So I guess it'd be like, you know, like, I guarantee there'll be a lot of like dick riding for the red hair pirates in that movie. But like some of it,
there's gonna be arguments. They're so strong, and then other people being like, "Oh, it's not canon," and then
I'm just gonna say anything that they're capable of in that movie, they're capable of in the main story. But how it's portrayed in the movie may not be how it would be portrayed in the real series, if that makes
similar
sense.
to how like Luffy versus sorry, not Luffy, Zoro versus Killer was like him doing like an onigiri at Killer, like literally squared all of the terrain around him, like all the ground behind him turned into squares and raised up into the sky
Yep.
as he like dashed towards Killer, like insane shit. But then in the manga, it's like they just kind of ran each other and did the typical like Japanese run past each other attack.
Yeah, it's very stylistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's impossible for it to not be like that.
I think I remember watching a scene where Luffy's like Gear 4 flying at Kaido, and like there's like all these mountains, like not mountains, but like big razors of stone in the background, and as he's flying past them, they're just shattering from like I guess
Yeah.
the sound.
Oh, dude, have you been watching the Luffy vs Kaido fight in the anime or like scenes of it?
Just little clips every now and
Oh
then.
my
on YouTube and-
god, they have been doing such they've been going hard artistically. And I say artistically because I love, like, don't get me wrong, if I want canon, I'll go to the manga. Fuck the anime for canon, it's useless. Right?
Mm.
Like, Pre-Time Skip Kid was getting feet
what?
beating Kizuru. Like, no. Right?
There was a time where I would argue against you for that, but now seeing like the crazy stylized stuff they're doing in Wano, I'm like, yeah, fair enough.
Right?
That just didn't happen in the
If I want canon, I will definitely go to the manga. But, right? I'm an artiste. And I love the pain fight for the same reasons why I'm loving this. Because I love it because all it is it's an animator, it's a fan being told you're going to cover these few panels, make it look sick. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. If it wasn't a bit more stylized, I wouldn't care to watch the anime at all.
Yeah.
Because like, what's the point?
Dude,
I've already read the manga and I already know what's
I
happening.
loved there was a scene where they have Kaido and Luffy does a second red rock gun. Yeah. Which I don't think happens in the manga. I think there's only one red rock, isn't there?
I wouldn't know.
That's that first attack on Chapter 1000. I think.
Yeah, against Kaido, there's only one. Yeah.
He does a second one where it's like he takes a Thunder Bagua point blank to the face while exchanging a red rock to Kaido straight to the face, and they do it so sexily in the anime, where. You know, like the crazy anime eyes where someone's like where the nerdy kid's about to bloody snap and, you know, bust out the school or some shit.
Yeah.
Where they do the close up on over the top of their eyes, and their eyes are like just bugging out, and they take up the whole screen, and it's just really weird.
Yeah.
Right? They do that with Kaido, except like it's in his hybrid, and he snarls and like snaps at Luffy, and it cuts to Luffy, and Luffy doesn't even look like Luffy. It looks like a completely other series where it's like he looks like a Disney prince almost, right? With the way the art changes, and it's this sick moment where they both hit each other with the same attack at the same point in time, and it does like that slow motion, and you just see all the area behind them shattering into pieces as this impact's like slowed down for us to see, and it's artistically, I love it. It looks really good.
You know what I kind of want them to do in the One Piece anime is like do what Boruto does, where like most of the chapters that are just story are like kind of crappily animated.
Yep.
And they just save all their money for the fight, and then the fights are just like mega awesome.
Yep.
Because like then what I do is I just read the manga, and then when I finished an arc or like
Go to
finish
the
a
fights.
fight or whatever, I just go watch all
Dude,
the fights.
Do you know
It's
what?
so cool.
I've said this once or twice
And
now.
this is how I got into anime. Like I got
Yeah.
into One Piece really because I've already kind of liked it. But shows like Naruto and stuff like that. The reason I got into them was
Sick
because I'd be
fights.
scrolling through YouTube and I would see Naruto versus Pain or
Dude,
something like that, and I'd watch it and it would look awesome. That's why I got into it.
I'm sorry, any Demon Slayer fans out here. As you know, I'm doing my current watch through of it. I'm only a few episodes in at the moment, right?
It's
But
just pretty. It has no substance.
oh my god,
I'll say it. I'm
it
sorry. If you have to maintain for your channel a certain sort of like PR, I don't. It's pretty, but there's nothing to it. It's like watching The Walking Dead. They find a prison. The prison gets broken in. They've got to move. It's like there's a demon. I have to kill it. We move on. There's a demon. I
Dude,
have to kill it. We move on. Like it's beautiful to look at, right? I'm not going to deny that. It has potentially some of the best stuff going. It's just it has nothing.
I mean, look at
Where's
the
flavor?
look at the
There's no
scenes of
flavor.
Naruto that got reanimated recently, right, for the 20th anniversary. How much that was breaking the internet, and people were like, oh my god, I love this, right? Because all it is like, no offense to current shonen, right? A lot of current shonen, it doesn't have the same weight
Actually,
in
I will say,
narrative.
just to really make myself unpopular. I actually like Jujutsu Kaisen. I really do. Same deal. It's very pretty to look at. I actually like it. It's the premise of that show is amazing, right? Shit writing, and I and like I say that because they meet the main female of the trio, as there is usually, and on that day of meeting her, he goes, "Man, you're in a bad mood today." And I'm like, "You're basing this off what experience with her?"
As far as you
Like
know,
there's
she's
these
just always terrible.
there's these one-liners like they knew him for like 2 weeks, and he goes, oh, spoilers alert, I suppose. And then he's like gone for like months. I'm like, you knew this man for 2 weeks.
There's no connection. There's no emotional investment.
There's no reason for me to
Yeah.
just
I
stuff like
never
that.
liked it. I started watching it and I didn't even like the premise of the show. Like,
No, I liked
Look,
I
you
think
gotta
the
go around and eat a
premise
bunch
clever.
of fingers to get rid of this dude and then kill him. Like,
I
it just seemed a bit.
I enjoy them, right? Like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm enjoying them, but at the same point in time, because I've spent so many years dealing with things like One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, even Fairy Tail, right? And it's like, I know Fairy Tail gets a lot of hate for the way it handles its story, but to me, it's like these are other shorter series, and they treat a lot of their audience like they're simple.
My favorite modern quote unquote. My favorite recent, if I had to pick one, an anime is is easy. It's Attack on Titan. And again, I know I might get some flack with that,
No
but
spoilers, I haven't
think
finished
Attack
it.
on Titan destroyed itself at the end.
I haven't finished it yet. Please, I got.
No, I've got like a couple episodes to watch. I haven't seen the very end.
No,
of it.
I haven't seen the last. I haven't seen
I've-
any of the last season.
I've read the whole manga, and it all comes full circle. It feels very chaotic now, but it's designed to.
Apparently the anime is a bit off the manga, and it's like bad.
Weirdly, yes and no. Certain parts. It depends how they pull it together for me. That will determine the outcome. Just calm down,
me-
Supernova. We will not spoil it.
Okay,
for you.
that-
I won't spoil anything. Don't worry. But for me, it was like the story was like good and solid, and for the first season or maybe even two, and then it just went like, by the way, the world is like 4 times bigger than you know. But it's
Yeah,
just
but
like,
for me,
you
if
don't
you
have any
compare
time
if
to
you
learn
compare
any
it
of
to other modern anime going on at the moment, do you think there's one that matched or matches in in appearance and story?
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit biased against Attack on Titan. So feel like I wouldn't give a fair review of that.
No, but I mean, like,
I
when you
don't-
sequentially, when you compare it to other
Does
series
Mob
going on,
Psycho count?
No, because Mob Psycho's over. It's not currently
Yeah.
coming out.
it's
Wasn't
over.
there
It's
a
done.
season coming out? I saw some TikTok thing today where somebody was like, "Oh, don't talk to me during this month because I'm gonna watch Mob Psycho on Friday and this on Tuesday and this on Wednesday."
Oh, I mean, maybe there's a new season coming out. I'm not
I
entirely
think there
sure,
is one.
but or it might be.
But like, regardless, the first season of Mob Psycho came out around the time that the first season of, or after the first season of Attack on Titan came
We're
out.
talking about things like, okay, so I'm more talking about things like My Hero Academia, Black Clover,
Boruto.
Okay.
yeah, stuff like that.
Well,
That's what I'm asking.
okay. The problem with them is I think My Hero Academia is a special case because it's just crap. I'd say probably Attack on Titan's held up better than My Hero's held up.
My Hero's anime
Other two
robs
are
the manga.
week, which is a different standard, right? The other two are a different standard from Attack on Titan because they're a week-to-week series. Like, for example, like if the
Attack on
entire
Titan was
show of
week to week.
Boruto- the entire show of Boruto was animated as well as their fights are, and it would probably be better.
Attack on
It's
Titan's
the fact
anime.
that everything other than the fights
It's
are animated.
anime used to
Attack
be
on no. Attack on Titan's anime, right? Black Clover and My Hero Academia was seasonal, were they not? Whereas the manga for all of them was weekly.
I'm looking at the top.
The manga was weekly, right? But Attack on Titan comes out like
seasonal.
season a year or
It's
two.
Same as My Hero.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. My Hero is an exception because My Hero. I
people
agree.
gonna
My Hero is worse.
Bro,
My
people are
Hero's
gonna
probably
roast me, but I like Beastars more. Actually, I'm incorrect. Hang on, I'm incorrect. I really am enjoying the new season of fuck me,
Jolene,
what's happening?
JoJo's.
Yeah,
Look,
what the hell?
I'm gonna say this.
I can't.
I really think that My Hero Academia is better in the manga because the problem with them doing it as a season.
Oh, I don't disagree with that, but I thought we were talking about anime.
Yeah. But the new arc coming out should be good in the anime. But the problem is the last like 2 seasons have been like a transitional filler arc sort of thing. Right? So it's like, it's hard to enjoy the last 2 years of the anime for it when you had way more content you could enjoy in the manga. And the fact that because it's seasonal, it's like, if this season doesn't hit, who gives a shit?
That's the thing with My Hero is like it's a seasonal anime, so you expect every episode to be like really cool.
Yep.
But like for like 6 episodes in a row, I was watching it, and it was just like
The
Class
school.
A versus Class B in some dumbass competition.
Yeah.
And like the best that you got out there is you learnt some of the quirks of the Class B people that are probably not even going to be significant characters in the future.
No,
I'm like,
my
I
beef
just
is
don't
this,
give a
and
shit.
it's gonna, again, it may be extremely unpopular. Like I know I've said some risky dinky stuff so far, but but if I was ever to be sworn off the internet, it will be for this. I think Deku is the most unlikable main character of any recent anime
Out of
He is
Actually-
I say this, right? I know this is red hot. He's so undeserving. He got up
I'm
one
going
day.
harder.
He got up one day, and don't get me wrong, I'm neurodivergent, right? So I like, just in case anybody knows, I like the idea of having a character that has a setback, right? That makes them different, and then don't get me wrong, I relate to that. So I'm not even saying that from a perspective of I don't get what you tried to do.
But he's not even
right?
that setback. He's
But it's not that. Like something like 1 in 5.
yes, 20% of the population don't have quirks.
And that's not actually huge. And then for the next point, he didn't actually have something to. He got fed a hair, and then he gets it all. But not only that, all he does is complain with it, and he's breaking his limbs over and over again. And it's one of those things where I'm like, you were spoon fed. That's not actually suffering and turmoil. That's not. Then that's why I love Naruto. And I'm not claiming Naruto's superiority in any regard, but what I love about it is it captures that curse of existing in a world of difference without Naruto having this excuse.
See,
Because it still sucks. Him and Kurama aren't even on the same page until the end of the anime. Every single turn, Kurama is trying to fuck Naruto up so he can get out.
Naruto is education through suffering.
But
Deku is
just
suffering
everything
through education.
handed to him. everything is
No,
made
like
to him, man.
Deku is
Yeah,
suffering
yeah,
through
yeah.
education because
Wow.
all his stuff, like he has, like he doesn't have everything from jump because he's got to get his physical body better, right?
No, he
But
does.
he,
That
but
we
no,
don't
no,
give him that.
but once he eats it, all of those powers that are in relation to his ability, right?
Yeah.
He's got from jump, he just needs to access them. He knows he needs to access them. So it's all about, I just need to bide time to get strong enough to access them, as opposed to overcoming stuff, right? He does learn, and he does learn from his mistakes because he's very studious, but that's the difference. Like, Naruto suffers through something and fills a gap, right? So Naruto educates through suffering, right? Whereas My Hero and Deku suffers to educate.
And I argue again, I argue that that's also how I feel about Black Clover. The modern and again, I would argue even Jujutsu Kaisen, the modern protagonist is afraid to suffer. And what I mean by that is, from jump, they are either given this reason to, because and again, I guess because that's this topic we're using, I'll use Naruto. Is that I love Naruto and I think that's why I relate to him so strongly, and that's okay if anybody is listening to this chat and these characters are your favorite characters and you like them for that reason.
You
That's
love them.
completely okay.
You love
This
them.
is just personal experience and belief. We're not shitting on your series. We're just, it's just how we feel.
It's criticism. You can't criticize something if you don't have like a level of enjoyment on it.
Something's not even good if it cannot be criticized. So, and it's just to me.
Good, that's
But
good about
Naruto, yeah, yeah. So yeah, Naruto for me was always watching this person who was always left out. Always left out and unwanted and unloved, come to terms with what they are. But the most beautiful part that I don't know if it always gets credit for is that even when, and I'll say this again for when Bracky comes back, but even when he defeats Pain and everybody's celebrating him, there's such a hole. It's so empty for
The
him.
problem is, right,
And hold on. And my issue, just so I'm making it clear, so if anyone's hearing me and they're just thinking I'm shitting on their characters, it's really important that I'm just explaining why. That I'm not shitting on it, it's just I don't like them. I don't like how in Jujutsu Kaisen there's no struggle. It's just I had the finger. I'm there. I don't like in Black Clover how it's I don't have magic. I'm suffering, and I'm right there with you, Astra. I'm here. I'm rooting for you like I did Naruto. I want to, and then you just get this sword, and then you find out that in actuality, you were always set up to do really well. It's just the opposite. You have the most powerful system in this whole world. It is, and I know people will come at me and be like, "Well, what about a Shinjuku? You know, they've got the well, Kurama was fighting him that exact whole time.
yeah.
And for the most part, he couldn't control it. So, but for me, and then that's the same with Deku. I'm like, you were sad, you weren't like other kids, and I do feel for you there. But then all of a sudden, overnight, granted, completely right, Supernova, he did have to build his body. I'm not denying that.
But it happened so quickly.
He woke up one day not having a power, and he went to bed that night having it.
Yep.
That is my problem with the current environment of anime. And that's what breaks my heart, because people like Luffy and people like Naruto, people like Goku and Vegeta,
They don't have the same length of trials and
even
tribulations.
Ichigo, the sheer amount of sacrifice
Yeah.
to even fathom attaining where they are is just wild.
The problem, and like, you know, the thing is with me, right? A telling thing is if your main character, right, barely makes it into the top 10 most popular people in your series, right?
There is something wrong.
You're doing something like there are people in One Piece that love someone that's shown up like once or twice, right? And like it's apparent in the popularity polls, but it's like the way it's apparent is like Luffy still has an overwhelming lead in popularity, right? That, like, I don't know many people that watch My Hero and say Deku's their favorite character.
I was
Yeah,
saying,
I gotta
Brecky, when
be-
you were away,
Yeah.
was my issue was I'll shorten it because I did talk for a minute.
Yeah.
But my thing was, and as I was trying to explain to everybody, we're not shitting on the series that you like or these characters. It's just personal opinion, and that's really largely shaped by personal experience. And for me, Naruto really changed my life and it's my One Piece. And I feel like most people who are habitual listeners probably may know that by now. If they don't, they do now. Because I liked that Naruto was left out. He was unwanted. He felt so like he didn't have a purpose. And for the most part, people found him annoying in the beginning, which I do relate to a degree. Especially since the creator of Naruto did come out and say, he does have ADHD. So I definitely felt like I was like, I get that. For me, I loved even when he defeated Pain. And everyone's running up and congratulating him, and he's waiting for that moment. The only reason in the beginning he wanted to be Hokage was for people to acknowledge who he was. And he gets to this moment, and everyone's cheering, and he looks around and he goes, "Fuck, this is empty." Like none of you cared beforehand, and that's why his scene when he hugs himself in under the waterfall is such a powerful moment for me in Naruto. And if anybody asks me, that's generally one of my favorite moments because it had nothing to do with wanting. It was all this sacrifice was to learn how to be okay with what he was because he never had been before. And my issue with the modern generation main characters is in Jujutsu Kaisen he ate a finger and he's at the end. And then you've got Asta, who I really wanted to like. I did. I'm more of a girl. But because I was like, you feel left out. You don't have magic. How awful it was for you to not receive a grimoire. Like I feel for you. And then he gets this sword, and you find out all along that he had the most powerful ability in the verse, and you could argue this Shinjuki, as I told Supernova, you could argue that is Kuma wasn't on the same page and he couldn't control it for most of the series. And then again, you got Deku, who had to work for his body, but he got up that morning, didn't have a power, he went to bed and he had one. And none of these main characters seem to have gotten what they've gotten, like Luffy, like Naruto, through pain and actual forged in it. I don't know if that's maybe an unpopular opinion. They go on to do it. They go on to use their powers in situations that cause pain and suffering and forging and character development, but they don't get there through it.
It's not. It
Wait,
actually.
can I go hard for a sec?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, go
Shoot.
So with Naruto, I actually think I get that he didn't fully control Kurama until the end, but he had Kurama as essentially like a Deus Ex Machina the entire series. Every time he needed it, he would just go, "Oh no, I can't beat this enemy. Everything is really outside of my control." Get really angry. Suddenly, he's in Tails form, and he just shits on whoever he's first against. He also, despite the fact that the whole time in the series it was like he has basically no chakra control, which turns out it was because he had like this crazy Kurama chakra going within his body. But then he learns the Shadow Clone Jutsu as a chance, and he only can use it because he has that much chakra in his body, not because of Kurama, but because of his mum's lineage. I forget the last name. And then he can suddenly use shadow clones, and that just makes him like better than everybody. And then him learning Rising Gun was cool. I liked that because he actually genuinely trained really hard. But to be fair, only reason he was able to train that hard was because he could clone himself and then train like
Yeah.
100 times. Whereas someone like Neji literally grew up in an extremely strict society as like a branch family person who basically was just like, I'm an absolute prodigy gift to the world. And I think he was a really awesome character.
I
Because he like genuinely trained ultra hard and was really disciplined. To be fair, he wouldn't make a very good main character because he was a bit too like basic.
I would say that
I think with Naruto, I think he did luck out with his gifts.
he,
I
he
think
definitely did because
completely.
at the
No,
end
you're definitely
he becomes
entitled
I
Ninja
think with
to.
Jesus.
Asta,
No, but you're entitled. No, I
I think with
completely
But
Asta,
agree,
the
and that's
main
okay.
I think the main thing with Asta was like he literally was like, I have no power. I'm just gonna do push-ups every day because I'm so fucking determined, which I think is kind of
Yeah.
weird. But still, it's funny. And then he genuinely got jacked as shit. And
then gets
the
an
only reason
ability.
he was able to use that sword properly was because he was so jacked that he could actually wield a sword. But if he didn't, if he was like any other person, he had that ability, he wouldn't even be able to wield a sword. Where I think it went a little bit off the rails was when he got to turn into that demon form, which obviously is just a huge, ridiculous power up that he was just lucky to have the
Yeah.
demon inside of him or whatever. But that was kind of like fair because the story had gotten far enough through that it was like, okay,
Needed
now
it.
you actually need
Can
that.
I ask
Okay,
you a
wait,
question? No, hold on.
wait.
Can I ask a question just to
Yeah, that's
just
fair.
turn
Yeah,
back?
and to be fair, I don't think Black Clover was that well written of a series. I
It's
don't think
fun.
it was like
No,
Black
and
Clover's
it's not,
just fun.
and
yeah,
it's not
yeah, yeah.
me. It's not me fighting what you've said about Naruto because again, I have no qualms. It's not everybody's series, and I think that goes for any of the comments I've said. Like I can't be mad at what you've said if I expect people to cop what I've said about this series. It just doesn't work like that. But in terms of you saying, that the whole time that underlayer of Naruto had Kurama, then I would literally just turn around and go, yeah, but Luffy's had this big fuck off
Okay.
fucking devil fruit this whole time.
So stop right there.
Yeah.
And no. Let me say
Right.
this. Let me say this, right? The reason why it's not that bad for Naruto, where it is for other series, right, is because I've got this lineage and I've got all this power and it's in me and it's always there as a Deus Ex Machina, right? Kind of how like One for All is, right? But the
Yeah.
difference is, although it's a big Deus Ex Machina having the Nine Tails, it's also a double-edged sword because at any point there was always the potential that Kurama could be unleashed or Naruto could be manipulated to cause self-harm against his own allies, including when he actually hurts Sakura, right? Whereas
That's true.
with
He has cool
Deku,
writing.
there was never the risk.
There's no risk.
Like, the only thing he is like, oh, I might break my finger if I do this. But all that was a limitation on how many times he can use his power in a small period of time, right?
Yeah.
Whereas it never stops him, like, it never puts those he's in danger because of what he's doing, outside of him just not being able to pull off BS for them. If that makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie, like I would absolutely shit all over Deku. Like he's just a beta bitch, and that's all there is to it. Like he literally just gets bullies his whole life, and he's still like, but Bakugo, why don't you want to be my friend? As Bakugo continues to treat him like a piece of shit. And like the only redeemable thing about him is that he's actually willing to do a bit of workout, and instead of just like rolling over and like doing nothing.
But that's your
genuinely all he is just like I was born without a quirk. My life is so hard. Like he doesn't do anything until he gets the quirk, and then he's like, okay, I guess I'll work out a bit. Outside of that, like I don't know. It's like I guess like he's willing to break his fingers and like deal with that pain, which is pretty hardcore. I don't
But
know.
he
Like,
gets healed up at the end of every battle.
Constantly. Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know if I'd be able to like just like I mean, handling the pain is like a pretty brutal, like, good on you, man thing. But like, like in terms of personality, his personality is like just pathetic, to be honest, like entirely. Like, as if you don't like put Bakugo into place a little bit.
I
It
actively
like you've got Luffy, right, who is literally the most nice, free-going person
But
ever.
still would never let
And
someone
then-
talk shit, you know?
Yeah, and then Kobe's being a bit of a baby, and he just beats the shit out of him.
No, but like that's the thing. Most people watch One Piece for the first time, and I bet most people like they like Luffy, but they're not watching it for him the first time around.
No,
right? Luffy grows on you over time.
Luffy got so much smacked for slapping BB.
Luffy grows on you over time because where other series you can't wait for people to change. For Luffy, it's because he never changes that makes him so enjoyable. Whereas for someone like Naruto, it's like Naruto came from this annoying brat into this humbled, like, I'm trying to just do this for the better.
He was
right?
exhausted.
Whereas people like Deku, emotionally, are no different day one to end of chapter. Right? Which makes it so hard because it's like, to me, my favorite people...
Bakugo has undergone more change and development and self-humbledness that, I don't even know if that's a word, but it is now, than Deku has. If you look at Bakugo's character development.
My favorite people in My Hero Academia are the most messed up people. I love Endeavor because he's introduced as this tormentative figure to Shoto. And, like, you know, he's like, he was a breeder. He had the breeder mentality to try and become the number one hero, and when he couldn't himself, he literally like forced his way into a situation to breed it so his kid would be, right? And a lot of people hate Endeavor. Endeavor is my favorite character in My Hero Academia because he goes through this period of like, he's like Vegeta. It's like, I'm better than you. I gotta be better than you. Oh, I'm always gonna be better than you. To realizing he ain't top shit. To realizing how he messed up his own life, which sucks, but even worse yet, he put that on other people as well. And although he's the top hero, right, he literally never was equipped for the job, emotionally and physically. And although he needs to rise to the occasion to meet it, right, it's in a period of time where there's so much uncertainty, doubt, and issue that really he's never going to be able to fulfill the role. And all he can do is just show up to work and try, while at the same time trying to mend those bonds that he himself decided to break for his own ego and then regrets later, right? There is so much character in that. Deku is just, I didn't have a quirk. I have a quirk now. I'm going to try really hard. I'm gonna befriend all these people that are friends with All Might that know All Might's powers to tell me how to, do my powers.
It's not that though.
When you say
In fact,
befriend,
hold on,
he's
it's not that.
He's just a bitch. He's just like, please be my friend.
No, but
Please
it's
like
not
me.
that for me though. It's this, ready? So again, just the comparison I've been using. Naruto was hated for what he was, right? There was no way around that unfortunate situation. It was like, I hate you. You could have been a really nice dude, and I still would have treated you like, they would have still treated him like shit. To me, Deku's suffering comes from he, as a child, wanted to be a superhero, and then he didn't have a quirk. They're acting as if there weren't thousands of other jobs in the world, or 20% of the population, who also didn't have a quirk and went out and did their life and had a life and like Deku's
origin story is literally like,
Deku's whole beef is based on entitlement though. His whole beef is on the entitlement of I should get to be a hero because I really want to be one. Whereas you look at Naruto, who wouldn't have had the option.
Unironically though, that reflects Horikoshi, the writer, in a way. Because, like, no offense to the dude, right? But he was saying for years, it's like, I'm going to make a story that's better than One Piece and bigger and more amazing and all that, right? And he's kind of like Deku, where like he comes in this age where stuff's already established, and he's like, it's going to be so easy for me to become the number one hero, right? But at the end of the day, right, as soon as they start getting to the point where they even start looking at what other countries are like in the world, the moment there's a little bit of world building, right? Oh, the series is ending this arc. Because think about that. It's like you go through the trouble of starting to introduce actual moving parts around the rest of the world that you've actively not shown, right? Only to go, the second you start showing them, going, yeah, but I'm gonna brush all these under the rug and say, they can't do anything because it's too difficult because I don't actually want to world build. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that, like, Deku had to start going around internationally and saving everyone, but it's like, this is the story of how I became the world's number one hero by solving Japan's problems.
Yeah. Deku's, like, goal is, like, literally, like, I grew up and I liked soccer when I was little, so I wanted to be the world's best soccer player, and now I'm not. How sad. And then someone goes, here, have the ability to be the world's best soccer player.
No. It's not even become the world's best soccer player. It's like, here, let me give you the position of Cristiano Ronaldo, right? And the teams that you're gonna fight, let me tell you their team plans and their strategies prior to the game, so when they go to do a play, you know exactly what to do to counter them.
Yeah.
Like, and again, I like My Hero. I like it more for the other characters than I do Deku, though. Right? Because
Endeavor is the only objectively good character in probably the whole series, to be honest with you.
To me, Endeavor, Twice, Hawks, those...
See, I haven't gotten far enough to learn much about Twice and Hawks yet.
See, like, for me, those three are the pillars of good characters in My Hero. Right?
I'm quite fond of Bakugo, but I guess that's a bias.
The problem I have with Bakugo is that Bakugo's still edgy. Yeah, the problem is with Bakugo, right, is He's the polar opposite to Deku, which is good, but the problem is it plays off in a way where, like, I know he's got, like, you know,
To be fair, though,
PTSD,
him
ADHD, and he's not good
recently-
at controlling himself, like, in those sorts of ways, right? But the problem is, like, although it gets played up now, like, oh, it's just Bakugo being Bakugo and being loud and that, you gotta think, literally, where the opening panel of the entire manga is Bakugo beating the shit out of Deku as a kid and making fun of him.
Yeah, no, I don't like him because he's a good person. I like him because I've just seen him do something. It's a bit like the way I could like Todoroki to a degree. A bit less so, he's backing off. But the fact that in very recent chapters, Bakugo's being able to be like, look, I was actually kind of a dick, and actually start to sift through what he's actually done and why he's a dickhead is, no offense though, more self-analyst
Yeah.
behavior than I've seen from Deku, and
But-
that's
I just
that.
think that like with Bakugo's character, from what I've seen so far, is like he's just like he's an unrealistically dickheadish person. Like he's unrealistically angry at everyone. It doesn't like necessarily make that much sense. And I feel like it's almost like a Jeffrey Dahmer kind of situation with that new series on Netflix, where it's like, oh, like it explores his like childhood and like why he got like obsessed with all of these things. It's like tries to like justify almost like what
Yes, I will
why
agree.
he is like he is, and it's like sure he can change and he can you know, I just had a really tough childhood and I have past trauma and stuff. It's like sure, but you were like an absolute asshole for literal decades. So and not even like a normal amount of asshole, but like an unrealistic
Like beating up another kid because he's quirkless in the first panel of the series.
I think that's
literally
unrealistic,
everyone in
funnily
the
enough. No, I think he's
entire
still an
classroom
asshole.
likes Deku, and he's just like fuck you, Deku, for no reason.
No, but the reason like as kids,
No, but
yeah,
to
he's
me
like
that's
screw
not
you, Deku, but
unrealistic.
like mind you, right? To me, that's no different to Luffy being to Kobe. It's like you're a sniveling bitch. Like no, why? No.
No, but I mean, like in class 1A, like in their classroom, everyone's like chill with Deku. They're like, damn, you're a pretty cool dude. You're really nice and everything. And then Bakugo's just like there, separate from everyone, just being like,
Yeah.
fuck you, you're an
Yeah.
asshole.
Do you know why that is though? Do you know why that is? To put it in perspective, right? It's because Deku, like Bakugo, was the popular kid in primary school, right? And Deku was the quiet kid that no one really liked. And then all of a sudden, they get to high school, and it turns out Deku's been friends with everyone. You know what I mean? And then Bakugo kind of like gets placed back, and is like, "I was a popular one. Like, no, screw you, fuck this." And like, I say friends, but it's like it's more like with the quirk, where it's like, dude, Deku pulls one of the best quirks out of nowhere, out of his ass overnight, right? So for Bakugo, in that perspective, it's like you hid this quirk that was badass this whole time. Like, what the hell, man? I'm still better than you, only for him to figure out and find out that it's just like, oh, okay, you got given the best ability in the world from the best hero in the world because you're a bitch. Great. And it's like, I'm gonna do this by hard work. I don't like you because you literally like Deku's the Blackbeard.
Yeah. I would have totally understood it if, like, after like the first season, maybe season and a half, had like a change of character. Would have thought that was like decent writing. Like, obviously, it's a little bit like on the nose stereotypical, but
Yeah.
like, would have thought it was like pretty decent, like character development kind of thing. I just feel like he stayed angry at him like for so like he literally got kidnapped by like the evil team or whatever. And Deku like went against all of the people, all the heroes that told them not to do it to like save him. And he was like, I will literally like give my life to save you, even though you've done nothing but bully me your entire life. And even though I'm like an incredibly liked person that has a lot of potential. And he still after that is just like, oh fuck you, Deku. Like it just
Yeah.
doesn't make any
So,
sense.
but no, but that's the thing though, right?
Just held on to it for too long.
The thing,
Which is fair because his entire character is that, right? Like once he's had his character development, he doesn't have a character anymore. So they kind of have to stretch it out through the whole series. But
Yeah,
it
no,
just
I
doesn't
agree with
make
that.
sense for him to be like that once they've through, you know, multiple villains, multiple potentially like life-threatening situations where Deku is constantly fighting to try to keep him alive. And everyone around Deku likes him, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not like he's getting bullied by his classmates and then, you know, he feels like he can justify bullying him. He's the only one who hates him.
it, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a problem with modern shonen, isn't it? Because like,
No, it just links back to that thing that I was saying, whereas characters are very flimsy. and main characters don't actually go through stuff. And again, I say that I like Bakugo, but I completely understand Bakugo's flaws
I mean,
as a character. I know what Naruto's flaws as a
it's
character. I think you can't like anything if you're not capable of like deconstructing it, because then you don't really like it. You're just obsessed with it.
to me that's why I like Boruto, right? Because Boruto starts off as like a sniveling piece of crap, and in the manga, within the first volume, that's finished.
Yeah, I think they did him dirty in the anime.
I can't get
That's
behind
because
the anime
the
because
anime.
I still kind of like that, and
No,
I'm
but,
bothered
but,
by
but
it.
the problem is with the anime, they did so many years of filler, right? And it started at the same time as the manga, so it was like they had to portray him without that character development that was going to happen in the manga for so long, right? That it just makes it unbearable. You know what I mean? Whereas if you pick up the manga, it's like, my dad's a piece of crap, runs into Sasuke, oh, no, we're getting attacked by Inotsuki, oh no, wait a second, my dad's actually a pretty sick dude, Sasuke's pretty sick too, I'm a sniveling rat that doesn't know how bad it is until he sees a fraction of what everyone else has had to go through in their adult life. Do you know what? Maybe I'll stop being as much of a dick. I'm also a prodigy.
Not the word you were about to use.
I'm also a prodigy, so maybe I should start channeling this into trying to be better myself. And then starts to go through a series of trials and tribulations with a secondary main character as well that also goes through his own trials and tribulations, and there's friction there. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's so much more enjoyable. Like, I like Black Clover. I read Black Clover, right? But one of the big things about Black Clover is, unironically, it's always surpass your limits, and you always surpass your limits when you need to.
Where's the? And I know that sounds really rich for a girl that's walking around with a fairy tale tattoo. For me to say all the for me to say all the shit that I say, because I know people will roast me for that series, and you know what? I'm completely okay with that, because again, I don't expect any sort of energy back that I'm like I don't expect to put out the energy that I don't get back. So I'm completely G with that. Um, but I don't say what I say because I dislike those series. I want it more from modern characters, and I guess my fear with One Piece wrapping up
There'll be a void.
is that's the last we're gonna see of it.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'm genuinely a bit worried about, because I like these other series and that, and I always say it when I'm doing my reviews, is like, if someone can point out Easter eggs or anything I missed, do so, because like me reading One Piece, I mean, we've been going for 3 hours and 40 minutes, right? A lot of it was just talking about one chapter of One Piece and the potential implications in that. You can't really do that with these other series and that, though, because there's a lot of characterization, not a lot of character development with their people, right? And they don't give the same lifeline that these older series used to, that went for so long. And it's kind of disheartening in a lot of ways, because it's like, I really want things like Black Clover and My Hero to succeed, right? But I mean, outside of All Might retiring, right? Can you name a single good guy, like a single ally in either of those series, that passed away or had permanently been affected by the result of a conflict throughout their story in a negative way, and that they will never come back from? Because there isn't an Ace moment in those series. There isn't a Rock Lee getting paralyzed.
Oh,
In
I
those
hate to
series.
bring it up because people will fight me because of Fairy Tail being shit. But even
Luxus being a bad dick at the beginning and turning around.
No, for me, no. For Luxus inhaling all that poison, and now
Well,
he's,
but that's what I'm saying.
constantly nearly got fucking
No,
cancer now.
but that's what
Can't
I'm
do
saying.
shit.
That's what I was saying though. Like, he starts off as a dick, realizes the error of his ways, and then comes full circle by making the sacrifice play. Right, and he doesn't die, but he's permanently negatively affected.
If you watch him in 100-Year Quest, he'll go to do something, and he'll double over and start coughing up blood because of his lung scarring. If he moves too, it's yeah.
Even like
Even Gargiel having nightmares over
Gildarts.
what he used to be. to Levi. Like he has nightmares.
Gildarts
Especially now,
is
spoiler
missing.
alert, that they're having a baby.
Gildarts is missing arms
yeah.
and legs. Like unironically, right? He's introduced like that, but he's one of the most powerful characters in the series, being introduced with significant handicaps as a result of having
doesn't have an
existed
eye.
in the world. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Ursa lost her eye.
Whereas like you can there's a little bit of it in Boruto, honestly, but like it's far and few between in a lot of ways. Like the worst things that happen in Boruto, the most painful things and emotional things that happen in Boruto tend to be stuff that happens to characters you cared about in Naruto, right? Whereas in Black Clover, right, there's always tension and action, but there's never repercussion. Like, we haven't had, like, even when the elves attacked and were taking over and all that sort of stuff, right? Everyone still pretty much walked away from it mostly okay. And I will say there's some exceptions to that later on in the manga, but it's mostly people that you don't care about. You know what I mean? It'd be like if who are we talking about here? It'd be like if
also in Black Clover, it kind of felt like all of the bulls were all kind of like relatively veteran mages.
Yep.
Then as soon as like Asta joined and all this shit started kicking off, just like suddenly started getting power ups out of
yes.
nowhere. It seemed weird that like the fire dude with the baseball bat, like he just kept up.
Power
with
creep.
everyone.
It was power creep.
Weird.
What it was
I was like, why? You're just like some random dude who just does not take anything seriously, and you're like a reasonably decent, like naturally decently talented fire mage, good enough to be in the Black Bulls, but his whole character was like he's not going to train very hard. He just messes around. Next minute, he's like, I've been training, and now I have this extra ability that makes me be able to fight this like really powerful elf person. It's like, when, when, man?
well, I will say Magnus. He is actually like surprisingly, he's someone that actually like every day he's training, right?
That's the thing. It's weird, but it didn't seem like that.
Yep.
And then suddenly he's like, by the way, I'm way stronger than I was before,
Yep.
and I'm like, huh?
So his whole thing is like, I'm above this sort of stuff. But like on the DL, he's like, no, I gotta do it. I gotta keep up, man. No. But mind you, right? Even then, throughout those series, like there isn't that repercussion sort of thing. There isn't those issues. Like to me, one of the biggest things that really upsets me with the potential of My Hero Academia is from a story beat perspective, you have the world as it exists with All Might stepping down, the world as it exists with Endeavor, right, which is a transition to a new, sort of leader, and then when we have the world as it exists with criminals starting to run rampant, we don't really, like, it doesn't have the room to breathe. That shit gets shut down quick, if that makes sense. So...
It doesn't have the room to breathe.
Yeah, which, like... And, like, obviously, it's a week-to-week series, so you can't have, like, 10 years of, like, villains just decimating heroes. But it doesn't... You don't have, like, an Age of Ultron sort of moment. You know what I mean? You don't have, like, a Yonko age sort of moment where there's tyranny that's able to be established as tyranny and do multiple steps of tyranny to an extent without it immediately being shut down, if that makes sense. Like, when I say it doesn't have room to breathe, you don't have room to see, like, one of the best things about One Piece is when we see around the world and how the people react to it, right? Think about how terrified everyone was when they saw Blackbeard start using Whitebeard's powers in Marineford. Like, we got cuts all around the world of people being like, oh my god, no, the horror, it's going to continue, right? Instead, you get, like, hero and villain saves a couple of civilians. We beat the villain. Yeah, move on. And it, like, yeah, it's problematic for the people that are immediately involved, but you don't get a sense of, like, crap, what's the world going to do in this situation? It's like, it ain't easy being an everyday Joe. And, in those series, it's like, not everyone is a hero. In these series, Not everyone is a pirate or a marine. You know what I mean? So it's like it needs time so that like you can feel the weight of epic moments instead of going for an epic moment and then immediately like brushing over the consequences of it. That's to me why like Pain was my favorite arc in Naruto, because it's like you had the epic moments of pain and then at the end, instead of brushing over it, right, you get this celebration and it feels so hollow. So, but then again, maybe I'm just being too critical. Like it, I've been watching too much Lord of the Rings stuff at the moment, so I'm like, Oda is the Tolkien of the manga community. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I'm holding stuff to probably a higher standard than a lot of people are capable of, but at the same point in time, it's like if you can see a flaw in your series and if people can note a flaw, pick up your game, accept the criticism.
Here's the thing. I agree with you that Oda is the Tolkien of the manga kind of community,
but it's still
at the
manga.
same time, that's the thing. We've had this conversation with Puma before, saying that like, while he's a great author, he's not like infallible. You know what I mean? Like
He makes mistakes. He's better than the competition.
if someone came in with a mindset that wasn't just absolutely rotted from like tropes and like typical manga, kind of like their industry in general. Someone just came in with like a fresh mindset, like I'm a storyteller and I want to tell an amazing story, and this is the medium that I want to tell it through. I think they could make a manga that's like beyond anything that we've seen. Like obviously, like One Piece is really good, but like it's quite old, and like back before when it first started, it was very like anime in general and manga in general was very very trope heavy, right? Oda came up just like any other author, where he was like helping other people write their series and like interning under people and stuff like that. Like his mindset is still very much like he might be like better than most, but his mindset is still very much like manga anime related. And if somebody just came with a fresh mindset and said like, screw all that noise, I want to tell a story, I'm going to use manga as my medium, but like I'm just going to make an amazing world.
I would agree completely, and if someone did that, they would probably knock it out of the water. But I would also say at the same point in time, compared to the other people in the industry at the moment, Oda actually like is breaking a lot of tropes. But the problem is, it's like we keep reading expecting certain tropes to happen. You know what I mean? And it's like we talk about this a lot. Like Oda always surpasses our expectation or diverts it by something that we never even considered, because we're going from our preconceived notion of where the story should go and our tropes, right?
Yeah.
Whereas at the same point in time, One Piece set a lot of tropes in the first place. And that's not to say that there isn't flaws and there isn't like repetitiveness in some of Oda's writing. I mean, shit. The princess problem in One Piece is real. You know what I mean? Like, there's not many princesses, but at the same point in time, we've got Vivi, right? We've got Shirahoshi, we've got Rebecca, we've got
You're
Pudding.
a Rebecca hater, you can fight me. That's all I'm saying.
We've got Pudding. We now have Hiyori, and to make number 6, Bonnie. Literally a princess of Sorbet Kingdom. Like,
yeah. I gotta say, Rebecca is like ultra underrated.
Yeah, thank you.
Like
I think for me, people are really lenient on Vivi, right? And I don't
really
mind that.
criticize her.
I really criticize Rebecca, and I'm like, yo, I don't think you guys understand. This is a 16-year-old girl who is made to dress nearly naked and go out in front of hundreds of thousands of people who are spewing hate at her. And because she's not uberly loud or aggressive, they're like, fuck, she's weak. I'm like, bro, I couldn't have done that at 16 years old as a girl.
Actively.
Mate, and not only that, Vivi had role models on how to behave like royalty. Rebecca is largely passive because where was her? There was no parentage, really. There was
Doesn't she stomp everyone without even hurting them?
Yeah, I was about to say, she's still, she doesn't kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
But because she doesn't have that bone, people are like, oh, fucking Rebecca's so... No, she's not. She's a 16-year-old girl who's handling her shit the absolute best way she can. Handling it with grace, beating everybody around her and in this demeaning outfit on purpose. On purpose to make
People
her
be like, "Oh, I
uncomfortable.
love Momo. Momo's so cool."
Yeah, I'm like,
Man's literally got people
Rebecca
waiting on him to convince
cops
you.
the most shit, and I will fight her. I will fight for her. I didn't want her as a crewmate. Don't get me wrong. I didn't want her as crewmate. But people that are nasty to her
Better
but
own character.
kind to
Hey, again.
Vivi are so wild to me.
Look, to me,
Because they're the same people that are like, oh my god, Shiraho, she's so cute. I'm like, are you for real? Like, come on now.
Luffy thinks she's a coward.
Yes.
but that's what makes the One Piece side characters so good. That like, there's so many side characters that have that much trauma and stuff going on, and a lot of it doesn't need to be said. A lot of it's just like implicit through visual storytelling, which is what these like manga is supposed to do. And it's just so upsetting that it's just so absentee from a lot of other manga in the current framework of Shonen Jump. You know what I mean? Because it's like again, that whole story about Rebecca, she's just one person. And I would argue, right, out of Dressrosa, she's not even the emotional through line for the citizens in that arc.
And I'm just saying, just as a side point, that's why I wanted to just put in my 2 cents while I have the microphone to do so. The people that are mean to Rebecca really miss the severity of the weight of what she was going through as a 16-year-old girl
Mind you,
who had no family really, nobody to tell her what she was, how to act like a princess, how to be diplomatic. Like Vivi gets all these props, right? She should have been. I wouldn't have expected her not to be because she was raised in it. Rebecca was mitigating and trying to communicate and trying to cope as a princess with none of that training, with none of that help. And she didn't have anyone to protect her from going out into that Colosseum. She had no one to vouch for her. People in Alabaster, for the most part, despite how desperate they became, didn't want to turn on the king. They never hated her. Everybody hated Rebecca. And they kept reminding of her at every time she stepped in that Colosseum. And every day she got up and she'd go back out and do it again. And if you hate Rebecca, you're on crack. And that's all I'm saying.
I
What?
loved Rebecca, but mind you, I hated nothing more than that chapter where Luffy like went and stole her out of the castle because I thought she was about to be asked to become a Straw Hat. I didn't think she was going to see Heroes.
sweating.
I remember week to week I was in the gym back when the gym was at the 2-story place, right? I was upstairs and I remember just going, no! 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 Just because, like, I just did not want her for Straw Hat. I thought she was a great character. I was just like, I don't want you on the crew.
No, I didn't want her. I think she needed to stay
I've had
and learn
an
how to be
entire
a
career since Dressrosa.
Yeah.
That's how long this shit's gone. Like
No.
back when the gym was in 2 stories, I've had a whole ass career.
Yeah?
I started dating the person that I've ended up marrying when Dressrosa was
Just finishing.
finishing.
Actually, yeah, because thinking about it, we were still in high school when I remember you spoiled Gear 4 for me, and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to start reading the manga.
Yeah, I did do that. Oh.
So, I love how that means you've gone unchanged since high school.
Hey, I
Still
don't.
hitting up Daniel being like, any chance you've read the spoilers this week?
Read them for this week, by the way, and I was like,
Oh. Thank you for not
spoiling.
spoiling me.
I was sad. I didn't even want to.
You could have gotten him back though. Could you imagine hanging on to that for years and being
With
like,
Law
my time
2?
has finally
Oh,
come.
I would have been so shitty.
Didn't even tell. One
You-
day though, I'm just gonna text you out of the blue and be like, "I saw the spoilers. Law's dead," and it won't even be true, but you will lose it.
I'll cry.
You'll
I'll
look him
actually
up.
cry.
You'll look
Please,
him up
please,
just for that.
please do that,
You
please.
didn't know. This thing, I have the knowledge that I could force you to read the spoilers at any time because all I have to do is say, "Law died. I read the spoilers," and you will check them for sure.
Religiously, he would stop work or wherever he was at that moment in time. He would fall out of an elevator just to check.
I don't like this targeted assault.
I'm just reminding you, you have leverage. I think you've forgotten that if he spoiled that, just because it's later in the series, the energy doesn't change. At the time, that was a big reveal to spoil to you, man. You read those spoilers. That's all I'm saying.
Mind you,
There's like those movies that it's like I don't want to love anything because that gives me a weakness. Very true. I could literally be like, oh, I saw Oda
Hey,
put
your
out a press
weakness.
release today that the series is gonna end in 20 chapters, and he'll be like, oh shit, and then look it up and then realize it's fake. I've at least got him. I can at least get him for a minute or two at any point.
Oh,
hey,
oh,
with the series ending, there's only so many times you can get me with it, though.
do it. You gotta do it. You've gotta do it. You gotta pay him back once. You need
Whether
to
we
find
trust it
out
again
before
after this
he
movie.
does.
Yeah.
No. You need to find out before he does if Law dies. You just
I'm
do.
gonna read every spoiler just so I know.
Next week, just be like, he dies. The
Do
worst
you- okay.
part is he won't even know if
All
it's.
right, we've been going for over 4 hours now.
It's over.
Let's get ready to wrap this up. I've just got to ask, what are your predictions for next chapter? I reckon we don't cut back to the Blackbeard pirates, or if we do,
I think it's actually gonna. I think Law will die off camera.
hang on.
I don't think we're even going to be justified if he does with his death. I think we will find out via like the way we normally do, like a rumor, or it's like the paper, an ex-warlord, blah blah blah, was killed. I think the only way I don't think we're going to see how Law dies if Law dies.
Do you
Because
know what?
it's not consistent with how Oda
I
handles this, and the emotional breakdown that would give Luffy to find out that another person he failed to help was felled by Blackbeard. The rage he's go into that fight. He lost his brother basically because of Blackbeard, and then now his best friend, not best friend, actually arguably reluctantly on Law's behalf, right? But friend who saved him from Ace, right? That's the thing. Where Ace lost, Law picked up. He only escaped that because of Law. And two of those people who we entangled with at the same point in time will be felled by Blackbeard off camera, very unreligiously, very unceremoniously, and Luffy wasn't there to help.
What
I
if he cops? Kobe is captured by Blackbeard. Law is dead. Sabo is dead. All in the same chapter.
If Sabo's dead, I'll genuinely sob. Not because I like Sabo, I just feel really sorry for Luffy.
Even if he's not, surely that's like gonna be in the news. Sabo is dead. It's confirmed. Blah blah blah.
I feel like he'd just
Man.
swim. Like I feel like he can't be dead, surely. Because
mean,
you can't kill off Ace
yeah.
and bring back Sabo just to ace him. You know?
The world government for sure thinks that he's dead because they know
Yeah,
he's
I think
on
he'll think
Lucia and Lucia disappeared, right?
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think
gonna
they'll
be
say
in the
he's
news that
dead.
he's dead. Yeah, and then so
Luffy's gonna have a
Sabo's dead,
Sabo reaction,
he's
like
captured.
Sabo did to reading Ace's death in the paper.
okay.
It'll be like Kobe's captured, assumed dead because he's
Yeah,
been captured by a pirate.
Law's been killed by Blackbeard. Kobe's been captured by Blackbeard because that's another stake for Luffy to be raging about. So there's poor Kobe. Law's been dead off screen by the same dude that fucking responsible for Ace's death. And then he thinks his brother's died, and he'll have the same reaction that something parallel, I reckon, parallel to the way Sabo behaved when he found out about Ace. Because again, he wasn't there to help.
I
Because
actually
Luffy is losing control mad fast. Mad fast. His brother's out of control, potentially dead, or at least he's gonna think so. His friends are about to be in trouble. Boa was just attacked. Like Luffy doesn't know what's going on in the world, and he won't until round about now, where he's gonna be catching up. Rayleigh swooped in to save Boa, but he doesn't fucking know the outcome of that. Like Luffy is losing control at a point in time where he suddenly has gained so much more power, and that adds so much more tension to what's going to happen.
I don't think I don't know if it's gonna happen next chapter or in a couple of chapters, but I'm gonna bite the bullet here. I'm gonna say I think we get a chapter Trafalgar D Waterloo or Trafalgar Law the pirate versus Blackbeard the pirate. Right?
We're not gonna get that battle.
I again, listen, I think we will. Because I think it's actually going to be very reminiscent of what we get when we saw the Blackbeard versus Ace, right? What I could see happening is so see how Blackbeard's pulling up on Law at the end of this chapter?
Yeah.
Law creates a room. The Blackbeard pirates think he's about to attack. What Law does is to try and get the advantage. He swaps his crew with the Blackbeard pirates on the Blackbeard pirates ship. So they get the advantage of the ship, right? Then Blackbeard and Law start to fight a little bit. There's a little bit of like clashing here and there, right? And it ends with the Blackbeard pirates. So you've got like Augur who can just warp back to the ship, and the other Blackbeard pirates trying to fly on Stronger back to the ship, right? And then the last thing you'll see is Law's awakened knife having extended across the size of the island, and half of the island is just jet black, like you know that giant ball he makes when he fights Ace.
Yeah.
It'll be that, and the chapter will not cut back to it. Like they will not cut back to it.
I suppose.
It'll be the pirate.
Either way, I suspect we will never see how Law dies.
I
We may see his body.
Yeah.
Because
So
obviously Oda will want to prevent people from being like no body, no death syndrome. That does happen. But I don't think that he will. I don't think he'll justify. And I know that will seem like lazy writing, but it seems way more heartless because it'll feel like we have found out the way that Luffy has.
which
Which
will
is
be the
perfect,
same.
that we-
Which will be
we
the
have
same
love.
way it happened with Ace. Which is why I think
Yeah.
this is why we're going to get a little bit of this, because unironically, this will be the last time you get to see Law use his abilities.
So it will be Oh, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? So it'll be like a few minutes clash, and it'll be not enough to see what Blackbeard's capable, like not enough to see what Blackbeard has in his arsenal, but enough to be like, you know how Ace was a showcasing for some of Blackbeard's powers with the darkness. We're gonna see Law be used as a showcasing for some of Blackbeard's new abilities, whether it's Haki or Devil Fruit related. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the way this is set up, because remember, the Blackbeard versus Ace actually started off ending a chapter very similar to this, where it was them walking through, the Blackbeard pirates walking through the town. Ace was there, and was like, huh? Then the next chapter, it cuts away for a bit, the next few chapters, it cuts away to stuff, and then it goes rolling back in time, and then it has the Blackbeard pirates attacking Ace to begin with, and then Blackbeard steps in, and it's Blackbeard versus Ace, ending with that like epic like island-sized duel. And I think that's very reminiscent of this.
So, do you think that'll be next chapter?
I think maybe we get one or two chapters. It's either next chapter, or I think we get one or two chapters cutting away, and then we'll cut to Blackbeard versus Law for like 2/3 of one chapter, and then that's all we'll get of it ever. But mind you, that also may be not the case, because this being the final saga of the story, if Law's going to die, maybe this is how they showcase Blackbeard's abilities to start with.
Maybe.
Like, it's not how I would think it would happen, because I feel like it'd be more interesting to see him finally use them on Luffy when we first see them, you know what I mean? But,
Yeah.
Oda isn't afraid to skip stuff, right? But is he afraid to show stuff at this point in the story?
I don't know.
Because that'll...
I think that the idea is that right now we've got Egghead, right? So Oda's general idea is we're gonna be shown a part of Egghead and then a part of something else.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're gonna reach a point, Egghead Island, where it's a kind of like a major thing, and we need to focus a lot on it. And then the kind of side stories, if you want to call them that, are gonna stop being played.
Yep.
So right now we have, first half of the chapter is on Egghead. Second half of the chapter is showing what's going on somewhere else. In this case, it's Law with Blackbeard. it's possible, like you're saying, that we get one more chapter with Law and Blackbeard next chapter, and then another half chapter with Egghead, and then it's possible that we also see what's happening with Kid. If they want to show us that, it's also possible that they go to something like the Reverie, or they go back to the um, the Revolutionaries. But regardless, I think we're going to see partially something else, and then partially Egghead, until we reach a point where we're like at like a busy part of this little mini arc, and then it's just going to be pure Egghead from then on until the end, and then we might do it again basically with maybe Elbaf.
I agree.
Oh,
Ooh.
The
It,
only question is, how many more chapters do we think is going to happen until we get into like a significant part of Egghead where they stop showing side stories? And however many chapters that is, how many chapters are they gonna dedicate to what?
do you know what would be unironically cool? Law versus Blackbeard here. If whatever island Kid's on, we cut to that next, right?
Mm.
And he's had an admiral roll up on him.
that's the sort of bullshit that would happen to poor Law.
Not Shank.
Well, I'm saying it's a possibility because, like, again, we had Green Bull at 102.
Okay, so which admiral is gonna rock up on Kid?
Again, I'm not hard into it, but I'm just saying it's like it'd be interesting if it did happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
my question is, where did Green Ball end up?
yeah.
Because if he's just if
I
he's
mean,
just dismounting from the island, where is
it,
I wonder if he's waiting to see if anybody's just gonna leave. Like that whole
where
fuck that I'm not fighting anyone could have just completely been a
where did the
ruse
Big
just
Mum
to
Pirates
pick
go?
someone off.
Because the Big Mum Pirates and CP0 fought, and someone showed up mysteriously, and then a week later, Green Bull shows
Hmm.
up.
Yeah.
You know what I
So
mean?
it's either that or Big Mum's whole family is almost completely gone
Yeah,
in one foul swoop.
yeah.
I think that's the goal, right? I mean,
Cleaning
Law
house.
essentially.
Well, that's the thing. For Luffy to be Pirate King and usher in a new age, the old age
I
has to die off. And even if there are young people in those crews, like a bit like Whitebeard's crew with Marco just floating around, most of those people, the Big Mom pirates as we know them, cannot exist anymore. They
I think
can't
that's also
exist.
what happened to the
Well, that's
Beast
the thing.
Pirates.
Yeah,
If all they have is Katakuri, then either Law or Kid or someone else is going to eventually get stronger than them and take over their
I feel
territory.
like with everyone else gone, it will fall to Katakuri, and Katakuri will, in a proverbial sense, he'll bend the knee to Luffy. He basically already did.
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
think he'd just be
like
like, just don't hurt my family. We'll fly your banner. Just we've got nothing else in us. And I knew when you fought Mum, I could tell what sort of person you were and all the rest. Like that's gonna come full circle. Their relationship, the way that they were really weirdly entangled, will come back as a, hey, um, I know what sort of person you are. When we fought, there's my family's in ruins. There's none of us anymore. We'll be part of your alliance.
well, it's really weird to
Low
think like
key, he could
the
leave
what the end of the
Sanji there.
series is going to look like.
End of series, if he leaves people on islands to manage, Sanji could be left at Whole Cake to monitor it with his wife, Pudding. And he would leave
Yeah,
Zoro to man and keep an eye on Wano. Like people can be like, and he'll leave Usopp back at Nioldi with his missus, and Nami can go back to her island in that sort of section of like the people will then be split and expected to deal and protect Luffy's territory, which by the end of the series will be everywhere. So
I think that's the interesting thing is that like the end of the series, like surely Luffy isn't going to be like, okay, now I'm the king of the world. I'm going to create a navy and protect every single country, and no one's allowed to own any more territory. Surely he's just going to go, cool, the world government's dead. They're all evil anyway. Now let's move on. Like, you know,
see, I don't think
and then
there's no, I don't see. I don't think the world government's disappearing.
complete like him.
I think he is. No, what I'm saying is I
Okay,
think
They're
it's going to be the
substituting it with
same.
new members.
it it's going to
yeah,
be
yeah,
the same
I agree
system
with
of the
that.
pirates. I feel like Smoker and the people who are redeemably good will be changed.
Yeah,
It will be factioned out
yeah, I
because
agree with that. But like, what I'm saying is like in the new world, it's like right now, it's like one strong pirate, i.e., the
Yeah.
Yonko, control all these various territories, right? And with Big Mom and Kaido gone, there's now all of these territories that are like willing to be claimed. And sure, Katakuri could defend Whole Cake, but as soon as someone comes along who's above first division level, like Kid in the
He's
future
in
or Law in the
trouble. Yeah.
future, yeah, eventually someone's going to claim Whole Cake. And like, so like eventually war's going to come to them and lots of people are going to die kind of deal. And even if like Luffy decides, I mean, it could be at the end of the series like he drops Sanji off there. That's definitely a pretty good option.
Because what are they
Um,
gonna do? He doesn't. Luffy will not want them all to just sit around. He will feel
yeah.
like, hey, the adventure's done.
Like
Thank you.
fundamentally, I don't think he's going to own all of the new world, and eventually every single Yonko is going to be down, right? So like Kid and Law or whoever the hell is left at the end is going to take
I
over.
think the main ones that we've visited will be, but I don't think realistically you're right. I don't think he's gonna own all the unnamed islands that we see Shanks have. I don't think they're gonna be Luffy's.
Yeah,
But
exactly. And
I'm
if
saying
Shanks
like
dies, then
people's
someone has to take
places
them
like
over.
Whole Cake, places like Wano,
The places
pivotal
we've
moments
been.
in the story that you've
Yeah.
fought with. There is no
Yeah.
like Luffy won't be like, oh my god, we had an invasion today. Let me strategically place it out. He'll be out there doing King of the Pirate shit, and that'd just be Sanji's job. Like
Fair.
that's like he would for most part live in peace, right? For the most part, it would just be like living on a day-to-day island. But if anyone tried to mess with it, it'd be literally fundamentally no different from someone attacking your ship. I don't think Luffy's setting out to maintain being king because that's really not what his mentality is. Or it may be end series because again he is changing. He's now saying like I don't want to be anyone's hero, but his mentality has shifted in this arc. So I don't think he'd want to capitalize and have every single territory. But I think to him, I think it'll be like, do whatever you want, maintain it. You just fly under my banner. So even Sanji may not be in charge. He might just leave fucking Katakuri, but he'd be there to Sanji to be like, hey, if there are pirates that try to invade and force these people to do something they don't want to do, that's up to you. But he might just leave them to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Hey, Katakuri, if you want to be in charge of Whole Cake because that was your family, you be UG. I'm not going to control you as long as you're free and nobody's hurting anybody else. I'm sweet.
Honestly feel like it'll just be like all these different pirates will take over. Like obviously Luffy will have his islands that he owns and protects, and if anyone attacks them, he'll attack them kind of thing. But like other than that, he'll just kind of sail around to like random islands at will whenever he wants to. And if he comes across an island that's like owned by someone, let's say like Kid is actually evil or something, and he takes up a bunch of islands, and Luffy like rocks up to one of them islands, and they're like, "Oh no, our pirate overlord has made us starve to death," kind of like how Kaido did. Then Luffy will be like, "Man, this guy seems like a bad guy. I'm gonna go beat him up," and then he'll go beat up Kid. Like it'll be that thing. He just
Yeah.
kind of is perpetually sailing around saving countries over and over again.
See, I don't
He's
know.
never
Weird,
doing like the Iron Man, like put armor around the world. He's just like
weird,
doing
weirdly,
it as
I
he pleases.
just for some weird reason, I feel like Luffy will go back to. I don't think it will hint that he'll stay that way, but I think Luffy will go back to a very not a quiet life. But I don't think he'll be sailing much. Like a bit like Rayleigh. I reckon when he does that, for some reason I've always had it in my head, and I don't know if I want it that way. I feel like he'd just walk back into Dadan, pay his tab, and sit at the bar. Like I don't know. I think Luffy for this one adventure, because that's all he's focused on, is this journey. When it's done, I don't know if Luffy's gonna be concerned about seeing the world because to him, he did all that. He smashed a log post just so he wouldn't rush to get to the end. I think Luffy really is an example of Oda. Once I'm done this story, I'm done this story. There will be no more. And I
I
think that's Luffy. Luffy's like, once I become king of the pirates, that's all I've ever wanted. And when I do, I'm gonna sit on the sunset and look at the water and laugh
I don't know if
and
he
have
can
that
sit
party.
still enough for that, but at the same point in time, I
It's
do
the
see
same
what you
vibe.
mean. That being said, we've been going for 4 hours
We
and
do need
20
to wrap it up.
minutes. Let's wrap it up at 4:20, shall we? Any last words, ladies and gents?
I'm really sad that Hagrid died on an unrelated note.
Hagrid.
Oh, dedicate
Yep.
this to Hagrid, R.I.P.
Oh,
Yeah,
the actor?
Yeah,
yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. Damn.
yeah,
yeah, he died today.
very sad, very
Yeah,
sad.
Robbie, poor Robbie.
Have you heard that like I forget forget what it was. It was like one of the. I think it might have been like one of the new Harry Potter movie that's coming out, or maybe the TV series or something. They're trying to
Okay.
distance themselves from J.K. Rowling's
Yeah.
name because of her
Yeah, from
controversial political opinion.
her issues, yeah.
Look, let's wrap the stream up there.
Yeah.
Nothing but love, nothing but respect, peace. Cheers for anyone that's actually stayed with the video for this long. Everybody, say goodbye.
Bye.
And until the next chapter of One Piece or whatever video of ours you watch, peace, nothing but love, nothing but respect. Have a damn good day. Goodbye.